Hi, welcome to Late Stream. Yay! Yes. Oh, I'm tired. I don't even know why I'm tired. I have an idea, but yeah. It is what it is, right? So, interestingly enough, I just noticed that the 2K version of my streams expire after 7 days. Well, I guess I have to do some catch up. Yes, catch up. So that is basically what I'm going to do first. Also, hi chat, hi Angie, hi Len, hi Desty, and hi Overrated. Hope you're all doing better than me. This is funny. It's funny, I laugh because like I had 101 people following me and now it's 100. That means someone unfollowed. Funny. But that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Spin to win. It's a kitty. That pillow is gonna catch fire if the kitty keeps spinning. I am rushing to get clothes done for tonight. You commissioned clothing? Because that is what it sounds like. I will make the assumption that you actually talk about laundry. Not sure. Oh, God. Oh. Ugh. Ah, oh yeah. Maybe, as an info, there is a potential chance that I might stream on Friday because, you know, Friday is basically our national holiday. That means everything is closed and therefore I'm going to buy my groceries tomorrow. And yeah, that makes Friday a potential streaming day, an additional streaming day. I will see what I'm going to do with that. So, maybe on Friday. Yes, yes, people want me to hang out with me. I just realized I have no pants or hoodie washed. Where's the problem? Just go naked. You're a cat. You're always naked, and that is your secret, and nobody wants to admit it. But yeah, I get it. I think I forgot to add the 28. Yeah, I did. Oh, I'm so sorry. I will keep yawning. Cannot avoid it. See, that is the one thing that bothers me. Like, I wish caffeine works on me. Because if I'm ever in a state like this and I just feel like, you know, I want to be more awake, caffeine just doesn't work for me. Where's the alternative? Looking outside into the sun, not directly into the sun, of course. Yes, that helps to wake up, but isn't there like another legal drug out there that we can use to make people more awake? Oh yeah. Here, nuts. They have usually this tendency to wake people up. Yeah, but then I get this funny thing called public indecency charge. Really? I mean, in your country? Isn't it normal in your country to just do weird shit? I'm pulling your leg, overrated. Don't don't worry. They apparently called the line at that. Just speak in Gaelic, and then they are like, holy shit, he speaks the native language of our ancient gods, and will be confused because they forgot their own language. Overrated. Do you speak Gaelic? Do you speak the language that nobody understands? Let's see. Is that even the official language? Mm-hmm. Okay, they're not really calling it Gaelic, they call it Irish. Yeah. Also known as Irish Gaelic or Gaelic. So I wasn't wrong. Well, I want to say that this language is weird because it can make no connection to any other language. Spoken Irish. What the fuck? No, they are going to assume I'm on something, and and I will end up getting tased, then get something for that. No, thank you. Well, good laundering then. Launder your clothing. You know, in the worst case, overrated, you take a bucket, fill it with water, put some detergent, detergent into it, and wash your clothing by hand, just like what they did in the good olden days. Mm. I wish I had the laundry machine in my apartment. And I didn't have, then I wouldn't need an excuse. You know? Do my laundry at any given day instead of set days, which is far more annoying. Okay. I have consumed the nuts. I put them in my mouth. Yes. Laundry happens when it happens. I wish, Angie, I wish. I'm sadly not in that position. I have 2 days per week where I can do my laundry. And if I don't do it, then I don't do it and have to wait for my next day where I can do my laundry. But trust me, I'm a good Floridian. Is that an inhabitant of Florida? The one state where only crazy people live? Let me rephrase that. The one state in the north where the crazy people live, and the south where the meth heads live, and in between you might be lucky to find like normal people. I'm not crazy. I know. Perks of owning your own laundry machine. I can do laundry at 2 a.m. on a weekday if I so choose. Isn't that bothering your neighbors? You know, a laundry machine is not like quiet. I know, you are normal. Overrated. This was mostly a joke. Mostly a joke, except that it is true that in the north of Florida, the crazy people live, and in the south, the meth heads live. Mine is reasonably quiet and the walls are pretty thick, but also I don't really care. They've never complained. Well, the walls help, the quiet machine helps, so therefore, if that doesn't bother your neighbors, then good. The best part these days is you can actually buy a laundry machine that is all in one. A laundry machine and a dryer all in one. That is actually fantastic. Save space, and at the same time you have two machines in one. One like that I would love to have in the place where I live. It's just a problem that the only space where it could go is basically not next to a very thick wall, so I could definitely not run it like at 2 a.m. Nor do I want to run laundry at 2 a.m. You know, imagine you run laundry at 2 a.m. That usually takes around an hour, 1.5 hours to be done. And then it's just still damp, at least. And if you just leave it in the machine, it just becomes gross. So you would need to take it out at least. Depending how you dry your clothing, you either have to put it into a dryer or you have to hang it up. So I don't see like so beneficial. Imagine you start the laundry, but then you fall asleep. But yes, I know, Angie. I just said fall asleep, right? Smile. So not long ago, Asa was still streaming drawings, and I happened to be there. And Asa was like, "Oh yeah, Hojicha," which is a brand that sells green tea. I really like it, but it's so hard to find. One simple search later, I tell Asa like, the company Hojicha has like an official website and it sells its product worldwide. So yeah, I guess Asa is gonna be happy that he can buy some more Hojicha. I was just surprised that he didn't know. And I was like, huh? It's like if I'm interested in a product, the first thing I'm going to do is like type in their company name and see if I can find something. Hmm. Okay, I will. I know this is the most interesting stream so far. Um, I will actually here fill my cup with something to drink, and then I shall work through my remaining videos, which shouldn't take too long. As I say that, I just regretted saying those words. So yeah, I will be right back. Chat. Hi, chat. I'm back. Wow, 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 wow. Mhm. Down the music a little bit. Around here. There we go. Yeah. So, I'll do my best to work efficiently and, yeah, stuff so I can get through it. That would be good. Let's see. Yeah, I should put the text here. Okay, the next day that is to do is the 19th of July, which is you. What do you even contain? Which is, of course, very helpful because I totally did markers in this stream. I didn't. I talked at script custodian. I finished it. And that is everything in this stream. Well, that makes it easy. That is part 11. Indeed. Let's make this clear. Script 11. Uh, do the start of this. Probably here. There we go. We're back. Okay. Uh, yes. Beautiful. And I can also change this. Finishing script custodian. Sorry about that. The sneezes, which you might not even have heard. Right. Okay. That is the 19 in 725. Done. So now comes probably a weird one. So I have two for my birthday. I only streamed like around 13 and a half hours on my birthday. Easy, I guess. Crazy meow meow. I talked. What is this? That's riddle stuff. And then we laid the tension. Okay, that's pretty easy here. I'm always for it. And it's easy. What? 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 There we go. The tension. That was the first part of the tension. Yes. Okay. There we go. Okay. The tension. The tension. Then the second one. Do we have here? Played some Inkbound. This is not really necessary to put in its own category. Did some puzzles, and then we did ace, 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 ace. That's all we did. Damn it. Welcome back. Overrated. Fine, I'm gonna listen to myself. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Okay. The great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Should be actually part 51. Yep. Five, 7. Da, da, da. Please. 51. There's still the chance that we lost one part in Ace Attorney. Is a chance? And save. This one was only detention. Birthday stream. Happy birthday! You get free detention for it. Like, yay. That's okay. Then this one. Many 20s. Right. Yeah. Done. Also done. What's she? We did a run on Skull. So that's all we did in this. Yeah. Grandma, no! Until here, right? A bit bothered. Cool. Yes, schoolgirls, totally. What part is this of school? 3. Which do I give you? A link or the name for the song request redeem? Yup. Just put in the name of the band and the song name. If I find it on Spotify, then it's fine. Also, if you would put in the link, most likely you would be timed out by the bot. So let's not try to force that. The rest was all soul. Okay. So, here to here. Hold on. Oh, look, it's Hades. Uh, Souls 1. I will look at it in a moment. Overrated. 30. Soul and 9 souls. Twenty 725. Let's see. Turn the lights off by Tally Hall. There we go. That took a turn too loud. Okay. That's really strange that this band is from Michigan. Okay, they were attending the University of Michigan, which member hails from the suburban Detroit, except for 2 from New Jersey. Okay, still weird. Like, it's still weird because I see like photos of the band and they all look very British. This is very you overrated. What's that supposed to mean? You like a lot of rock bands? I can hear that out from when you play music on your streams. You're very much into rock. That is the tension. That is basically everything. Okay. Not anymore, because OBS fucked the tracks. How? I mean, all you do is use the music player of your choice and play the music, right? That's the dungeon part 2. Fifth. Oh, here we go. I got to put down. So now, okay. There we go. I had it set to where the music doesn't play for the VOD, but I recently updated it, threw that out of the window, and got stressed because I couldn't figure out the issue. I haven't touched it since. So all you actually have to do it's actually not difficult because like it's actually not so difficult. You just have to go into OBS settings, output, output, and set Twitch VOD tracks to number 1. No, actually number 2. One second. Oh, I say bullshit. No? No? yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. No, actually, you set the recording to track number 2, and then you can close the settings again. And in your audio mixer of OBS, there's the gear symbol for advanced audio properties. And all you have to do here is only to understand 2 things. One, track 1 is the audio line that Twitch is playing when you live stream, and everything you have a check mark in the track 2 is recorded into the VOD. So if you have a, let's say like me, Spotify, and you don't want it to play, don't want it to record into the VOD, I just make sure there's no check mark on audio line 2. And then it doesn't record that audio into the VOD. Despite that you hear the audio for this here right now in the live stream, I understand the basic minimum of 4 tracks. So yeah, actually if you just do that, it shouldn't be a problem. Threw it out of the window. What does that mean, threw it out of the window? In case, does it mean that it just changed the settings that you had set? Or is the setting just gone? There's a difference between that. Sorry, the what? The setting thing? Which one? Detention, the end. That is the... That's a good question. Which one is this? It's past 23. It's 25. Here we go. In the sense of 25th. One second, overrated. Need a melting emote. Do you have by chance OBS open at the moment? It's the 25th. This is the 26th. Show so Pseudo regalia. What I would say, the English people probably pronounce it as pseudo. Yes, I just opened it when you brought up Spotify tracks. So go top right corner to Files, Settings. Tell me if you're there. Of course, Jeff. I know you get like very short ads Hi, Desti. Overrated? Write something in chat if you hear me. Okay, settings, got it. A second set. Fucking legend. You are. Okay, now click on output. Are you there? Okay, so check there's Twitch VOD track. That this one has a check mark, so it's active. And is it active on track 2? It's basically the third setting from the top. I ain't got no Twitch VOD thingy. Interesting. Okay. Then my next question is, no, close the setting, go to help about, and tell me which version of OBS you have. (31.11). Okay, so you are ahead of me. Interesting. Let me open this. Hi, Suba. Yeah, I didn't update yet because I was like, yeah, I don't know. I always wait a little bit before I update anything. Let's see. So this is the official channel. I wanna see a changelog for this. Guides, foreign build instructions, bug tracker. Okay. News. That's for March. That is not latest news. That is not latest news. Forum. Announcements. 31.1 is apparently a beta version. But so is 31.0, which is weird. Least client currently is 13.2. So even I am on a better strand there. So let's see what if they change that. Updated game capture hook signatures, that has nothing to do with that. It fixes game capture games from Riot Games and Vanguard. Adjusted logging for streaming service recommended settings. Adjusted appearance for scene collection source, toolbars. Adjusted missing files dialog. Reorganized preview source context menu. Unified appearance of menus. Preview maximum crash report. Adjusted multi-track video reconnection behavior, but that doesn't mean that. Hotkeys, updated video capture devices. It has also nothing to do with this. Removed exit button on control docs. No. Added support for Windows on ORM. New year appearance options, font size density, added previous zoom. Added support for multi-track video to macOS. That has nothing to do. That is also video. Support canvases. Added support for additional canvases for multi-track video. Added AV1B frame support. Stream delay, spatial EQ. That is weird. That is actually weird because they don't mention here anything about removing this. Yeah. Super. Since you're here. God damn it. Okay, there's nothing mentioned here about audio. A backup of your scene collection and profile. We can make up a backup of our profile, but not of our scene collection. It's fine, Suba. Suba, I assume you are at your computer. Can you check which version of OBS you are running? I use Streamlabs. Okay. Okay. Yeah, then you cannot check that. Hmm. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's strange that you do not have that setting. That shouldn't be. I also don't see like anybody like complaining about this setting being missed. Because if this setting was gone, like people would throw a shit show. I can tell you that this would happen. Let's see. So, let's see. You're on 3111. Okay. This is the official website. Latest release is 3112, which was literally released 2 days ago. But here's the better question. Can you decide which version of OBS you want to download? What do you mean? Thank you for downloading OBS. It did automatically. Yes, it did. Okay. It's not what I basically want. So, goodbye. That up. Let's go back here. Releases. Okay, releases, but where did I see which was like? Where did I see that with the stable? It was in a forum. Second. Is it on the official site news? Forum announcement. So officially the current release client is 30.2. Release client 1. Anything beyond that is actually beta. Okay, let's go here. What did I say? 30.2. 30.2. It's a pre-release. No. Oh, this one. Okay. Yeah, 32.2. Yeah. There we go. I don't know, like overrated. Do you have like a very complex like setup when it comes to scenes and sources, or is it pretty easy, like, or basic? I wanna say. Let's see if I can find an answer to that. Oh yeah. Potentially. I'm just checking if you can actually downgrade. Uh, Basically, you have to do that. Yes, this is the only way to downgrade. The question is, do you want to downgrade on the official release client or onto the version I am on? Because in both cases, you should have this option for the audio tracks. Um, just give me your version. Huh? Let's see. Scene sources profiles. So setting. Yeah, I guess that is the settings. How you can save the setting. It's a profile order, but that I also can do. Problem is, so the thing is this. So the thing is this, you can back up your profile because you have like a dedicated section saying profile where you point it to a folder and it will then put another folder inside there, which is basically your backup for your profiles. You can also go to files and then show settings folder and show settings folder. You can basically, for security reasons, copy all of those files to a different place. I think actually you probably will only need it's easier to back up everything, but personally, I think there is probably just profiler data and user ini that actually are important. There is just one thing that is really annoying, and that is that the biggest problem is you can directly in OBS back up the profile and you can back up the settings. But if you want to back up your scenes and your sources, as far as I understand, that is only possible if you install a plugin that basically does that for you. I'm pretty sure that is the case. I also don't know how much OBS is going to like delete stuff when you uninstall it. At this point, I just redo it all. Okay. I mean, you can try, you can give it a try in the sense of that, of basically uninstall it. I would still recommend if you have like specific settings in your settings, I would recommend that you go in there and take screenshots or write it down, whatever. You know, if you have like specific settings, how a recording is set with B frames and so on. If you have that, then I recommend to go in, take screenshots of those before you uninstall OBS. Okay. I'm on 3103. Let's find that. 3103. This is 04. Thirty-one. This is basically mine. Yeah. Hopefully this opens correct. No, that is not opening the correct thing. Hopefully this opens the correct thing. Yes, okay. Okay. There you go. Like I said, if you have specific settings, go in there, make screenshots before you uninstall your OBS, and then install this one. And then don't update OBS, even if OBS is going like, hey, there's an update, just say, remind me later. And the easiest thing that you can do is check this forum for an official RC. Can I English? Can or updating. Okay, so the first link sends you to the download page for OBS. The second one I recommend to you, bookmark it. Because before you update anything in OBS, check this forum and look for OBS Studio number here RC. Currently it is on 30.2. This is the release candidate, and anything beyond that is a beta version. So the next time they release a release candidate, check this and see, is this a release candidate? If yes, then you can upgrade your OBS. Update, not upgrade, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna write down my scenes and the content in them. Yeah. Look, I get it, overrated. It sucks. I kinda encountered this myself before, like not in the sense of like having to reinstall OBS, but OBS did some bullshit and I had to redo everything from ground up and it was just shit. Mine ain't that fancy. I should go back and rework my OBS stuff. All I have to do is like tidy up a few things, but yeah. I only have 5 scenes, nothing more, but each scene has like multiple source things in it. So yeah. But yeah, should follow my own advice and bookmark this for myself. I didn't even know that I was on a beta strand. Which is weird that they like literally push beta versions on the official update channel on the client. It's not what they should actually do. I'm just gonna take a step away from the computer for a bit. Not sure if I'll be back. See ya. Take care. Overrated. And hopefully it's going to resolve the problem. Sorry that this happened to you. But yeah, in general, actually, like, OBS shouldn't push like beta versions. That's really annoying. At least they should like inform you and say like, this is beta. But they don't even say that. It's weird. I really hope that what Overrated told me is just a bug in that version and they're gonna fix it, because it would be horrible if OBS would remove this ability to change tracks for Twitch. I mean, it's already horrible enough that YouTube doesn't even understand what tracks are. So yeah. Um, Today is not the beginning of mini shoot adventure. This is part 2, as far as I understand. Here we go. Here we go. Mini shoot adventures. Part 2, as far as I understand. Yep. The most exciting streams. As you just look at my screen. Wow. Mini shoot adventure 2. Blah, 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 blah. 26. Yeah. There we go. And then we had 9 souls. Oh, yeah, I think. Yep. 9 souls. Is part 2. There we go. And then we had Jurgaya. Out of the blue. There we go. Until here. Okay. A60725. We are almost done. We are almost done. Pseudo 1. So that was regarding something else. Mini shoot 9 souls pseudo. Okay. Mini shoot inches 9 souls and it's the 26th. 25. Yes. Okay. Done. Now, the one last thing to do is the 28th, which is split because it broke up at some point. This was blah blah. Yeah, the first one is just blah blah. So, actually don't even care for that. But we care for this one. And we did ace, 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 ace. We only did ace. Why did I do this? Ah, that's why. There we go. The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Not 52? Yes. $52. Edit. Did only Ace Attorney. $8, 7, 25. There we go. Okay. So, YouTubes, how are you doing? Okay. So, I won't bother you too much with that. Not too much, but this one I have to send no matter what. Because this expires in 1 day. It's the 23. P3. Ones below that are already over the limit. There we go. Okay, good. Finally, through with everything. Yeah. That wasn't so bad. Done. Why is the 5th of July there not? I need to check this. 5th of July. 7. There's the 5th of July. Okay, 5th of July is actually done. Okay. Good. Now everything is where it should be. Okay. There we go. Oh, there we go. I was off hunting burrito bowls, so I missed the last hour. But again, Ori has had issues with OBS update. Yeah, so are you at home at the moment, Angie? Work. Okay. I guess you will not by chance remember which version of OBS you are currently using. Okay. Uh, oh god. I'm not looking forward to 9 souls because I know that what I have to do to get through the boss fight. And that took longer than I wanted this whole work stuff. But yeah, in general, Angie, the thing is that OBS apparently pushes like better branches through the updater, which I find very strange. They're not like even telling you it's a beta update. You have actually to look into the forum section to see which is the latest release client. And I'm on a beta branch. Overrated is was even ahead of me in the beta branch. And strangely enough, he said that the VOD recording section that you usually can set in OBS is not existing in his. So I'm not sure if this is a bug, mistake in the update, or if it's just him. I don't think so. It would be weird if it was just him. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, it's strange. He told me that he doesn't have this setting. And I was like, that's weird, because like specifically Twitch has a setting that you can record into track 2 for VODs. Because he was like, I cannot play music on my stream anymore because apparently it just records it. And so I was curious actually if this is a thing. But the strange part is as well, I checked out the forums, and if they would remove this specific setting in the update, I would expect a shitstorm in the forum. Because people certainly don't want this setting to be gone. And because of that, it is just very strange. And, well, the only thing we have here is, recommend the overrated to downgrade. I will do something as well. Like, let me take a screenshot here. Just want to make sure that it's clear. If that, and I'm going to send that to overrated. Here we go. So yeah. Yeah, it's strange. It's like, it's really weird. Like I said, I don't think they will remove that. That wouldn't make sense. And even if they did, then I expect that anybody who upgraded it had noticed and would already bring in the shitstorm. Because the track separation is also a good thing. Because on one side, like, it's also a good thing because, like, let's take people who play, like, rhythm games, Ozu, Rock Band, the other one, Beat Saber. If they cannot separate the track from the stream in their VOD, then they can literally just scrap any VOD, because they will get only DMCA strikes for everything. Feels like something that should not be removed, but something that license holders for media would want removed, so they can yell at more people for money. Yes, I get that, but here's the thing. I get that, but I just think this is a bad idea. Like, we don't know if it's true or not. So even if they do, I think it's a bad thing. Because here's the thing, like, we also have radio, right? And the radio station is paying a license fee for playing the music on station, right? But you, who hears the music, are not paying anything. So someone can turn on the radio and 50 people that didn't ask for it hear the music. So what happens? The station pays the license fee for playing the song. The people who hear the song don't pay the license holder anything for hearing their song. Jail, yes. So what I call that is free advertisement. Like, if I play a song here and someone hears it and goes like, oh, cool, that sounds cool, and then they check out the musician band, then the musician band actually gets a potential, well, fan, or at least someone who listens to their music. So I feel like there should still be this, what's the word for that in English? So I would still say like that is a fair handling when it comes to that. Like, it's not only that, like I said, like a lot of rhythm games use like music that is DMCA'd. Like, I know of people who purely just play Beat Saber on their stream. If they would remove that, then literally every VOD they make is basically just here's a here's a VOD, but it's muted from beginning to end, and you just see a person playing Beat Saber without the music. Like, yeah, I don't think that is a very good idea. I mean, YouTube is basically doing this by not even letting you choose a VOD track to record to. That's the reason why I don't do any, like, I tried YouTube streaming, but in private to test it, and saw that YouTube is not even allowing me to uh, have a different track for VODs. So therefore, I'm automatically not able to stream to YouTube, you know? Like, not going to do that. That's crazy. Yeah. Overrated just sent me a screenshot. It's not on there. It's completely gone. What the fuck? Yeah. think I had that issue when I was first setting up and needed to reinstall OBS to rebuild my Twitch settings. Oh, just doesn't make sense. That's the thing, it doesn't make sense. Like, why would an entire setting be gone? Like, as far as I know, you don't have to, like, literally activate a specific, like, setting to make this one appear, as far as I know. Or is there an advanced setting? You know what the weirdest part is, Angie? In updates, I'm on the stable channel, but the version I have is a better version. So that is weird. Oh, wait a second. Uh, see, maybe I have found our problem. There's a good chance. Okay. Wait, I don't even... wasn't that sad? Sad? That's strange. Now it doesn't make sense. Yay, Jeff. Also, I didn't have a pre-warning on that. Annoying. From what I remember, I had to do some fiddling to turn on the advanced audio layout to have the word track stuff, but I can't remember what I did. Okay. I just asked Overrated if he has, like, the advanced thing on, and he told me yes. He rolled high on his stealth approach. Yeah. Ta-da. Yep, Jeff. Oh god, I am so tired today. It's really annoying. I would literally now just lay down for 30 minutes. Yeah, it's EP day. It's definitely EP day. Oh god. Ugh. Totally helpful when you have like a streaming day. Oh, what would you like to do? How about a nap? I should just turn my stream into I'm only sleeping, which by the way, if you didn't know, was an actual game. The category had never anything to do with people sleeping in real life at all. They just overtook that game category and turned it into what it is today. A little bit of Twitch history lesson there. But yeah, welcome back. Oh, Jesus. You know, the worst part is that I wish caffeine would work on me. At least then I could be like, oh yeah, I'm going to drink some tea, or I make myself some coffee and then I will be awake for the next few hours or more awake. But no, no. My system is like, caffeine? What's that? Take the good parts out of it and throw the rest away. Let's go. Throw the grapple lines on board the category with cutlasses drawn and swinging. Yep. Ah. I'm not sure if this is a very good day for 9 souls, especially since if I want to progress in 9 souls, I need to get through this boss fight. And if I want to get through this boss fight, then I need to literally parry 90% of all the attacks this boss is putting out. And I don't think I'm in the state of learning this today, so I think I'm going to take 9 souls out of this program for today. I'm sorry. But it's really not good to give me a game where I feel that I can get easily frustrated with it and then expect me to do this on something like this state when I'm tired. Like, that is the worst combination you can do. Caffeine does little for me, but I don't really get any of the good or bad out of it. You get the good out of it. So the good part in caffeine is basically because caffeine is an antioxidant. So you definitely get that out of your caffeine. The bad part of caffeine is literally only the part that like spikes your alertness for a few hours. And that's it. Caffeine in itself is nothing bad. It's not. It's just this spike behavior that is not so great. You can drink tea, and tea has caffeine as well, but tea has a different kind of caffeine. That's why when you drink tea, you'll get also more awake and more alert, but it doesn't do the spike behavior of coffee. It does more like a gentle hill line of awareness. That's why you don't get like this instant wow, I'm awake feeling from tea. But if you are getting the awake alertness out of caffeine and you want to make it a little bit more dealable, then combine tea and coffee, not at the same time, but like drink it within like reasonable distance from each other, like reasonable distance in sense of like drink one thing and then drink the other thing. And then your alertness is not going to be as drastic as coffee. It kind of combines both together and mellows out the spikiness of coffee. But you still get your aware, alert feeling you get from caffeine. I get more alertness out of a slice of cheese than I do from caffeine. I mean, at least you know that. So you have like this alternative to go through. In general, it is also proven that when you want to stay awake, it is better not to go for like your energy drink, because energy drink is nothing else than more caffeine. So instead of drinking a coffee or drinking an energy drink to stay awake, instead eat nuts and dried fruit. Like these two have a similar effect of keeping you awake without caffeine. Might work not for everybody like that, as per usual. But if you're looking for an alternative to that for certain occasions when you need to stay awake, try it to see if it works on you. And if it does, by the way, then you have now an actual functioning alternative to that. And use those, because they are definitely more healthy than drinking a coffee or an energy drink at late night to stay awake. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, I ate some nuts before I started editing. I feel like it slightly helped, but now I feel already like crashing back down into eepiness. So yeah, kind of sucks. But you know what, Angie? I'll give your thing a try. I will do that, which is perfect. I have some cheese, and I guess I will eat a slice of cheese. Maybe it helps. I will give it a try. So yes, I know we just had Jeff for our break, but I need to go to the toilet anyway, so therefore I will take a moment of your time or break, and then we decide to play something. So yeah. Uh, I'm terrible at estimating times, but I will say like expect around 5 minutes. Thank you for your understanding. Be right back. Hi, chat. I did a double wombo combo. I don't know. I took a slice of cheese and I added a slice of cut meat and added some spices on top. And the other thing, which word I escapes my mind at the moment, and ate that. I'm gonna top it off in the fact that I also dropped some peppermint tea leaves into my drink, and hopefully it helps. I need to look something up. 1 second. Da, da, da. Let's see. Sorry, I'm reading something. Yeah. Let's see. Ah, second Twitch. One second. Order cornerstone and pull newcomers. Order pull mode. What is that after you press a button? Okay. So here I would say we make that cheaper. Instead. Hero slots cooldown after defeat. Ability cooldown. Okay. There we go. Jesus. So, since I'm not feeling so much active, I decided that we play a map of Against the Storm. So I try to keep this at a very short amount of explanation. So this is a strategy game. So this is a strategy game. Basically what you're looking at is the map of this game. Yes, the map is pretty huge. That is intentional. Every tile you see and every event tile that you see here and every question mark is all randomly generated. I will tell you when, because we have a bar down here. This is a cycle, so the cycle defines the time frame which you can play. When you reach here at this bar, far right corner, and you cannot build any more camps, which is basically what you're doing in this game. This here is building a camp. When this is not possible anymore, then you have to end the cycle. what that means is that everything that you have built and the entire map is getting newly randomized. That is one of the things this game does. So, what is the goal of this game? The goal of this game is to reach these points here. This is one of 7 seals or something like that. And the thing is, this world is plagued by a storm that literally destroys everything when it hits, and it happens every cycle. So we try to banish that, and by reforming those seals, we do that exactly. So your goal is to reach the first seal, reforge it, and then what happens, it gives you the ability to move further. The cycle will take longer to finish, and the next seal will be further out here on the map, and then that is your next goal, to reforge the next seal. This is not your conventional, usual strategy game, so there is no actual fighting in this game. What you are fighting is basically hostility from the map and events, which makes your villagers lose resolve, which then leads to them either leaving the village or dying. In most cases, it's dying. And it is a very interesting approach to a strategy game, and I like it because I'm never a fan of actual combat mechanics in strategy games, because they are usually built around an NPC that cheats anyway. So that's that. So this is the only place that is safe in this entire world, and that is the smoldering city, where the queen here resides. We have no idea who the queen is, but apparently she has the power to keep this place safe from the storm. And you basically play the game, you get various types of resources, which you then literally invest here in your skill tree. This skill tree is pretty large, as you can see, and they unlock various things that goes from just having contact with different places which you can trade stuff with, to small increments of positive things like bonus speed for traders to arrive, your workers working more efficiently, and you also have various species that work with you in each of the village you are creating, and each of these species has specific needs. Like, each has a has several specific needs for services, for complex food, which all influence the resolve of that species in your camp. And it is important to manage that. This has some overlapping with different species, so usually 2 species are usually there that have like at least one thing of complex food or service that is the same thing. But the thing is this, when you choose to play a map, you cannot really choose which species is going to join you on that map, and it then locks you into those chosen species. So you cannot play a map basically with every species there. That's an additional factor to consider. There are achievements So these achievements either unlock specific things like buildings, like essential buildings which have nothing to do with living inside of them, or just plain XP. You need the XP to get through those barriers here. That's the only thing that XP is doing. The other thing is, for playing maps you receive these resources, food stockpile, machinery and artifacts, which you only invest here in unlocking stuff. There's a daily expedition thing if you wanna play that with specific goals. You can even create your own specific game. At least you're not gonna get anything out of it. It is more meant for people who want to create some challenges for them, or at least want to see how specific events and things work out. Never use this because I'm still like working on this. So, and then there's the game history that literally shows you every game you played and how it ended and stats, and nerd out as much as you want. There's also this is your home. You will basically unlock specific things in your home, like this raincoat, this here, that furniture, that picture. You cannot decide where this goes and what can be placed in your home. That is predefined. The unlocking, on the other hand, is based on achievements. There's also your aunt, which basically serves as a guide in telling you how to play better, but partially also to tell you a little bit of lore. So that brings us back to this. Now you can do what I just did, and that is combining this entire thing with Twitch. Which gives chat the ability to vote on certain things, which can be positive and negative. Some decisions that I do, I can also make their chat have the ability to vote on. So yeah. I don't know if it works or not. I think the join forest and thing works only when I start a map. I assume, because I haven't really used that feature. When the last time I played it, I was like basically not yet an affiliate, so therefore some features weren't available for me. Let's see. In a game near the gathering storm modifier. Steers force is drawing in heavy clouds every year. The storm lasts 10% longer. Ugh, that's disgusting. It also tells you, as you see, when it has a check mark, you already did that specific challenge. But I can try. I'm not really playing to get here. I just play for the resources. What is this actually doing? So a cold reduces the radius of paths by 3 fields. Ugh, that's even worse. Okay, we can try that. So, when you have decided where to play, then you get this screen. So, here's the thing. First and foremost, you need to inform yourself what you are doing and what to expect. So, on this specific field, we will have a higher chance of producing double yields, which is good. and each tree provides distinct bonus resources. The Gathering Storm, comes from this. That's a negative. It also tells you what resources are going to be on that map. This is also important to know. Next is the summary, which tells you this is the reward you're getting from playing this map. You see how many points you need of reputation to win the game, and how many impatient points it takes for you to lose the game. So while you play the game, constantly the impatience is gonna rise, but for doing certain things on the map, the impatience can also grow at a specific amount. It is also important to understand, is there fertile soil, and we see it's an average amount. This is important to keep in mind because we need specific buildings to build on fertile soil. So the next is this. We have a caravan, and as you can see, there are 3 choices here. This so far brings only beavers with them, but it will also randomly give me another species with 2 villagers, which is not defined yet. It only happens when I start the map. Here we have 2 species already defined, and here we have 1 species, but you also see like they bring different kinds of things with them. If you're wondering, these are like basic foods, and these are just resources. Basic food, resources for buildings, and other things. Food, a random consumable item or specific species, and then this. This is basically, in all cases, yeah, it's in all cases the same thing. So, to understand this, like beavers, for example, are very good at wood cutting, and specific buildings as well have like beavers, but they are usually the ones you send for wood cutting. Now the frogs are the latest species that joined the game via DLC. They are skilled masons and love working in rainwater. Then we have foxes, which are good for scouts. Scouts basically are when you send villagers out for completing a quest. And then we have harpies. Harpies are, when you first play harpies, you will not like harpies because you feel like they are very stingy. But the thing is this, the moment you manage to get them happy, aka you fulfill their needs, they become extremely strong because just for being there, they will push the resolve, which is your winning bar. So we have these. I will actually let you choose on this, so you can say which ones you wanna choose for this. I'm not sure if you see anything going on. As far as I understand, it now created a poll which you can vote on. We'll have a minute, or aka like 35 seconds left. I'm just trying this out, like I have never used this before. Also, hi Viv Noise. I hope it works. Okay. Vote for Caroline has ended. I see the results to that. Nobody voted. Very good. But at least I know it works. Sure. Now, there's an embark thing here. So the embark thing gives you additional resources you can pick up with you. The thing is that you only have a limited amount of points to actually pick those. So the green numbers represent the embarking points. So it's very limited. It's very tempting to get the plantation, to be honest. I just never like that it costs 4, which is so expensive. Because I usually want to have the coal with me. And the additional wood. And then I definitely want the food. Especially the food that is like a lot and just costs 1 point. And either I decide to get rid of the 1 food and get myself some bricks, which wouldn't be a bad idea. What could go wrong? Nothing. I just wish I had far more points to choose from. Regardless, there is also a difficulty that you can choose for each map. So there's like these, and depending on the difficulty you choose, you get more or less rewards. My standard is to play on the highest difficulty. Now, you'll probably see this here, the Prestige 1 level. So the game basically has additional difficulty levels beyond this one. So you would need to play on this level, win the map, and then it unlocks Prestige 1. Then you play a map on Prestige 1, win, and it will unlock Prestige 2. Now what happens is every Prestige level adds a difficulty modifier to your game, including every difficulty modifier below that Prestige level. So as you can see, if you would choose this, you need more reputation, and it is harder, and you get more difficult orders if you played on Prestige 1. Now the Prestige level they exist only for people who really like the challenge. The Prestige level is not going to reward you with better things at the end. That only is defined with the normal difficulty levels. And for that reason, I see no reason why I should play the Prestige levels. If you want to know how many Prestige levels there are 20. Yes. So we're going to play on this, with the beavers, and embark. So, very important to understand. There is no combat in this game. The difficulty comes in form of these glades around us. When we do cut down trees, when we have woodcutters, when we open glades, all those add to the hostility level that is displayed up here. Now the hostility level acts as a so to call soft enrage in the game. It is what tries to limit how long we can actually play a game. So the thing is this. When a hostility level increases, it will have specific negative effects, but only in a specific season, and this specific season is the rainy season. Now, you play this map and you play years of your settlements, and a year has seasons, and there's like one season, a second season, and the third season is the rain season. Each season is around 2 to 3 minutes. The rain season is definitely 2 minutes by default. And here it is very important to understand what these do. So for example, we see here that the gathering speed is increased during this season. But when it rains, these things get active. Currently we are at hostility level 0, so nothing to fear here. So basically we have this here. At 0, it will... an additional stack of this effect is added for each hostility level. aka when the rainy season is going on level 0, it will give me a -4 to global resolve. Resolve is what keeps this my villagers in my village. If their resolve, which is this number here, is getting into a negative, then a counter starts here around them. And if it reaches 0, then one of those villagers is going to leave/die. And as you can see, the more this happens, the more likely you are going to lose the map, because you have no workers anymore. You'll get every year new workers. But yeah. So this one is always there on each map. It doesn't matter where you go. This one will always be there. Now these, on the other hand, these here are randomized. When they will appear, at which hostility level, and what they do. So in this map we have Aura of Fear. During the storm, all species resolve drops 100% faster, which is awful. The next one is recipes produced building materials yield 50% fewer goods. Keep in mind, this only happens during the rain season. Then the next one we have, villagers have a higher chance of consuming twice the amount of food on each break. 10% for each hostility level. So more food is consumed. And the last one is the rampaging storm stifles the spirits of all living creatures, -20 to global resolve. That is pretty harsh. As you can see, the resolve of our beavers at the moment is 10. Getting them to 20 or higher is not that easy. Great, and now Jeff is coming. So, let's go to the next point. So, this is your playmap. It is limited. You can only go to what you see here as glades. This on the outer parts is not a space where you can build. Don't ask me why they put a building there. The next thing that you will also notice is that these glades are different kinds of sizes and have different kinds of displays, emotes, sigils, whatever you want. So what you are learning when you play this game is that it is very important to understand how the game works, and that makes you also consider what you are building and what you are producing. So you will be forced to open glades if you like it or not, otherwise you cannot win. This is your hearth. Now the hearth is the place where workers go on their breaks. You cannot control when workers go on a break because they have like an internal set timer when they do that. They do that to rest, they do that to eat at the same time, and it happens regardless if you like it or not. So next thing you see, there's a radius for the hearth. This is important because when you build houses where your villagers live, it can only be in this radius. You have extension possibilities to make more area livable for your villagers, but you can easily play an entire map without ever doing that. Next, you have a lot of information here. So one of the things is the game allows you to control a lot of things in a very specific way. So first things first, whoever is responsible for the fire in the hearth has also a specific ability. Since we have only beavers at the moment, we can only send a beaver in there, but each species has a different effect when they are working on the hearth. In this case, we see that beavers do decrease the consumption of fuel in hearths by 20%. This is reflected in this here. So what usually would give you a minute gives you now a minute and 2 seconds. That doesn't sound like a lot, but it makes a difference. It is also good that in the beginning you look at everything before you start the actual game. So first things first, coal is a very good resource. As you can see, like 1 coal gives you a minute and 2 seconds. Meanwhile, 1 wood gives you 18 seconds. So it is good to have coal and good to use coal for the hearth whenever possible. You can always manage that. As you can see, these numbers are indicating a priority roll. So if I want a specific resource to be used in a specific order, then I can do so. And I always define this automatically at the beginning of the game. The check marks just say use this resource or don't use it. So in general, I usually use coal, but I also have the fallback to wood. Now, this section here, sacrifice, again, you can set a specific order. In this case, it's not actually an order. In this case, it is how many you want to sacrifice. Since there's a rainy season which is going to decrease the resolve of your villagers, you can actually sacrifice something during that time. And now I have to wait because Jeff is here. Hooray! It's a lot of blah blah and explanation in the beginning. It sounds complicated, but it is not. I like this game a lot, but I also have made like literally zero progress in this game since I bought it. I tried to fix the first seal. It is inherently difficult to do. And yes, the game has this music. That's the only music track that plays. So get sleepy. In the worst case, if you don't like to listen to this track, I can also put up some Spotify instead. I don't mind. In 5 seconds. Hi, Martham. Hi, Martham. I don't know if you heard it the first time. Welcome back. So, I know it's a lot of explanation at first, but don't worry, it all sounds more complicated than it really is. So we were at sacrifices, which only work during the rain season. So we can actually burn an additional 40 wood per minute to reduce hostility by 50. Which is this. So if we can push the hostility from a higher level to a lower level with this, then it might be useful. But only if you actually have the resources for it. Also keep in mind, a storm goes for 2 minutes. That means like it would burn through 80 wood in one storm. Here, for example, it would only burn through 40 coal, which is a lot less. These, on the other hand, just give like bonus things like more production speed and more working speed. Only these two reduce hostility. Hi, Coffee. How are you doing? Now, there's this here, and you can upgrade the hearth by placing these wonderful things here in your settlement. They have to be within this range. And additionally to that, they also need this here. I see. That's how you're feeling. Okay. I can completely understand that, Coffee. So each level needs a necessity thing. In the beginning it's pretty easy to get it to level 1. Level 2 will just require more of this and different ones from this. But when you want to push for 3, then you also will need a service building within range, which is not guaranteed because you are not gonna get all the buildings in the game for each match. This is all RNG based. This will give you like different kinds of buffs for upgrading the hearth and also makes it more resistant to corruption. There's also a wonderful thing called Blight Rot, which is indicated by wonderful flowers that basically start to show up if you use rainwater, because this is a rain punk genre. Yes, they use rainwater for engines. And yeah, what else? This is your overview of your resources, which is good when you use it like this, because this is your warehouse where you can define what you are seeing in this tab. As you know by most strategy games. Overviews, as per usual, more overviews. And when it comes to building, all building stuff is down here. You can build roads, you can build these things, you can build farms, kitchens, shelters, houses, production buildings, and so on. Now play Slay the Spire, suffer like I did, or will hex you. Then you have to hex me. This small overview here shows you what these specific species are doing. Their resolve, which is this number. Then it is also important to understand you can favor a specific species, which also put other species into a state of like jealousy. So only use that sparingly if you have different species on the map. And there you see the complex food they eat. Do they live in basic housing or in their specific housing, which makes them more happy? More like this complex food, then they have a desire for coats. Services, they like leisure, they also like education and luxury. So in this case, so favoring only works when there are at least 2 species. Which makes sense, because otherwise I could just press this button and get 5 resolve for free. This here is just your overview. It shows you which season you are in. There will be a timer that goes around for the next season and so on. Here's your hostility meter, which you can always check here. What causes the hostility? You have to manage this if you want to or not. Of course, your usual strategy game stuff, pause, play, and speed. There is a specific button to put all the woodcutters out of the building, which lowers the hostility level, by the way. Now you gotta attack or get stacking curses. Yay! I get stacking curses in this game as well, so perfect. Next, a short explanation, glades. As you can see, there are small glades with no symbol on it. They usually have a few resources in them. It is not necessary to actually open these glades. You can only see what's in the glade when you open it. Usually in the beginning you will open small glades because you need resources and you are not yet understanding correctly how the game works. After you played some and you leveled up some and got some stuff, then you can actually forego the small glades and only open those if necessary. Instead, you will go directly for dangerous glades. Now, dangerous glades are bigger glades. They offer more rewards in form of resources, but they can also hold broken down buildings which you can repair or you can break them down. They also increase the hostility level, of course, and each of these dangerous glades will hold one quest that will cause negative effects. The longer you wait to solve this specific glade event, the more you get stacking negative debuffs on your game. So it is always a good idea to open a glade and then resolve this quest as fast as possible. You might get some temporary negative debuffs while doing something for that event, glade event, but that is usually, in most cases, okay. Next to the dangerous glades, there are forbidden glades. Now, forbidden glades usually have 2 glade events that you need to solve, but in return, they have also far more resources and potentially giant resources. Now, giant resources need a specific building, so you can actually get the resources out of it. But if you have those and you find a giant resource, then you're basically set with that resource. Let's assume it's a big body of a dead animal that literally like gives you food and other things. If you find one of those, you basically never need another resource node of that ever again for the rest of your match, because you will not even nearly finish that one. Go play games that give you stacking debuff in real life instead, like League of Legends. No thank you. I played League of Legends, then I stopped playing League of Legends, then I gave League of Legends another try, and then I stopped League of Legends. So yeah, no, I think I'm fine. Coward, yes. Anything else? So there's also trading in the game. Trading is basically like what it says, trading, but it needs like specific resources because you are sending someone out, so they need provisions to go that way and back. You're not losing any villagers for sending someone on a trade. There are merchants. Merchants only appear if you build the merchant building, and they come there. Each merchant has specific wares they are selling. They are staying there for a specific time frame and then they leave, and then it takes a moment before another merchant arrives. And the merchant is important because some events in glades you might open and you will see that you don't have the required items to solve the glade event. The best thing you can do is basically enforcing that the merchant is like arriving within like 30 seconds instead of waiting for it, in return your impatient meter will grow by a specific amount, which becomes more, aka it doubles it that specific amount each time you use that. So you can use it, but you need to be careful. Because when this bar goes to maximum, you lose. If you go to this bar maximum, you win. These blue dots here, when you reach those, you get new blueprints. And blueprints, which I'm going to show you in a moment, basically give you like a selection of buildings that you can get a blueprint from. And then you can also build this building on this map. That's the RNG factor in the game. That's why I said, like, you have not access to every building in a match. It is all RNG based. So let's go there. So in the beginning, you get already to select 3 buildings of your choice. So each building produces specific resources. If you're curious what it needs, you can click on that magnifier glass and then you can check out which resources it needs to produce these. Important to note is that the stars are an indication how proficient they are at producing that specific resource. Hi Flicker Fox, how are you doing? So there are like filled stars and non-filled stars. There's a level below a 1-star building, which is basically a non-filled 1-star. I can show you one, which is gonna be, for example, here, the field kitchen, for example, a very good building in the beginning to make complex food, but it will, when we click on this, see the amount that it needs to produce 10 skewers is 5. As you can see here, 5 of any of these and 5 of any of these. If I would get a building that, let's say, have 2 stars on this, they would require fewer ingredients to make the same amount. And that is the indication of what it means to look at stars for this game. About the same. Well, it cannot always be fantastic, but look at, on the positive side, it's not worse, right? So, you get these buildings and then you have to think about it. Okay, is any of those interesting? Keep things in mind like what specific complex food your villagers eat when it comes to actual food. You will need bricks because building any kinds of buildings, many of them need bricks. Pottery is like medium interesting and crystallized dew is also medium interesting. Oil can be useful for solving quests. Flour is needed to actually make biscuits. Paste is a food in itself, but not really necessary for our beavers. And the Explorer Lodge, as we can look at it, is basically a building that fulfills brawling and education. Beavers have education, but not brawling. It also gives you a specific passive bonus if you put 3 workers in it. And yeah, you can re-roll it. I have unlocked something that allows me to re-roll the first time for free. But yeah, let's try this out. There we go. So you can actually vote on which building I should get. And yes, each building basically also can be upgraded with rain engines, which can improve productivity and other things, but they use specific kinds of rainwater. There are 3, because there are 3 seasons. But using rainwater increases the chance of spawning a blight rot flower, which then you have to burn away. And of course nobody voted. Did you even see the vote popping up? I cannot tell. I see that the poll was started, but I don't know if you see it. I didn't. Okay. I see it now though. Ended. It just popped up right now for you? I wasn't looking. Okay. Well, I can test it. Like, I have 2 more picks. I would say for me, I will pick this. So now we have other things, like the market, for example, is a very nice service building because it also has like this nice passive. And the beavers certainly like leisure. But there's also this, which is also an important thing, which basically produces planks at less wood. This one is even more interesting, that is the workshop, which basically does planks, fabrics and bricks, which we all need. Well, this is fabric boots and training gear, which is not that interesting. So out of these here, like, this is the most interesting one. This is also interesting, and this is interesting. This, on the other hand, is not as useful. So let's see. Flicker, are you here? Okay, I will press on this vote. Look if the poll is showing up. Go. Okay, good. Okay, it works. That's the most important part. Don't know enough about this game to vote. Someone else voted market. Yeah? I will see it in a moment. Yeah, I have 1 vote for market. didn't know enough about this game to fear the results of my work. Okay, so we pick the market because the game forces me to as well. Okay, so we have these buildings. The fishing hut needs a fishing pool, which we currently have none. The foragers camp. Let's see, do we have something for foraging? Is this foraging? No, this is trapper camp. Okay. So at the moment we don't have anything to forage, but there is a possibility we might find something. The same applies to the fishing hut. Then the herbalist camp is actually basically in the same thing. It's like we have currently nothing that is basically for the herbalist there, but there's a possibility. And this is a production building which can build jerky, but we don't need it. We already have something that builds a pottery. Incense, on the other hand, is a luxury product that can come up as a requirement to solve a quest. So it's hard to tell if this is all useful. I could even re-roll this first. But let's not. So as you can see, in this case, it doesn't matter too much what you choose, but I would say like the first three are probably a better choice than the smokehouse. Oh. I don't know if the text that the game is like showing. Oh, exclamation mark help, okay. Nobody picked anything. Good. I will pick this then. Okay. So what I usually do, everybody plays a little bit different this game, but I usually know, okay, I have this range for the hearth, which I need a specific amount of space for my buildings, where I have my residence in. So I usually try to keep production buildings more towards this side. Like I try to build as few as possible production buildings within the range of this hearth, if possible. But I work with paths, so I usually go with a very simple form of paths. So on paths, workers move faster. That's why I'm making them. And this is my basic layout that I always do. So next, what I also always do is building to woodcutters camp. Now, what you are seeing here is that it takes this resource, the gear. The gear resource is very limited. Like, very limited. You start with a certain amount, which limits the amount of buildings you can place down with it. And you only are able to obtain more through quests within glades. That's it. You cannot buy it or anything else. So the good thing is that in this game you can place down buildings and you can move buildings. Not all of them, but certain buildings you can move. And if you have like buildings that gather stuff or just like use these gears but you don't need it at the moment, you can actually deconstruct it and regain all the invested materials back. So that is also something to keep in mind. This here is your marker where you can mark the trees to cut down. Since I played this game in the very beginning, we didn't have like fine-tuned stuff like like this, where we can just mark single trees, which was very annoying. We also didn't have like options. We also didn't have like options to avoid cutting into glades. But now we do, so that's good. I wish I was invested. It is a very interesting game if you don't like strategy games with fighting in it, because there's no fighting in this game at all. It's really just you against the map. It sounds like a ton of information in the beginning and it sounds like overly complex, but once you actually understand how it works, it's actually not that complicated. We want to put down woodcutters, so I usually put like one of them here, so they can like start taking away forest from there. But I also start working here, so sorry, invested as in a reference to a book series. Okay. Everything you build, by the way, you can also give a priority. The priority defines if workers build this first over other things. So in this case, I want a high priority because I want this to be built as fast as possible. Let's see. So we have this, which is food. This is also food. And luckily, both resources use the same building. So it is a good idea to do something like this. Give it a higher priority. And then we also need to take care of our villagers. So, villagers are more happy if they live in their specific housing, but the specific housing is also only for 2 inhabitants. Meanwhile, you have basic buildings that can house 3 residents, and big basic shelters that can house 6 residents. So in the beginning it's usually better to go with normal shelters. You have this here, up here in the top left corner. This is your population. Then you have a number that indicates how many builders are around. Builders are villagers that are not put into a building. They are like literally standing around doing nothing as long as there's nothing to build. So try to keep this number down. Unless you want to build certain things, then keep like 1 or 2 people out to build stuff. And this number is a housing status, which is very important. When this number is shown and it is over 0, it means you have people living without a housing. Always try to keep everybody in a house. So in this case, you would need to build 3 shelters. So you can turn the shelters as is see fit. They recently changed this from 4 fields, you know, the 4 2x2 to this strange Tetris L shape, which is good as it is bad, because on one side now you can do this, which is space saving, but at the same time it's also stupid, because now I have like this space between the road and the building, but then again I can use it, so it's a good change actually. So then we make 3 buildings here. Now you can hold shift and change the priority to make it applicable to every same thing. For example, if you want this to be constructed the roads faster, you could hold shift and go up, and then it would apply to every single tile of road. Regardless, this is basically the basic setup, and now I can actually start the game. Wow! Yes. And if you want to understand what this is, it's this. This here in the top right corner. This is do you actually see my... Yeah. Okay, it's in the top right corner here. As you can see in the help text, there are 2 factions that you can take part of, where you have the ability to vote for certain things. Now, the entire game you let it run and pause at every given point. Now I put 3 beavers in there. This is very important to understand these options. Here it is by default, because I set it like that in the options. It will cut down marked trees, these ones, but it will not open up a glade. So I could mark trees into a glade, but they would not open the glade as long as this option is active. And that is very important, because you want to control when you open a glade. Meow. Don't have that function, sadly. So right now I have only 1 worker out, but I have 6 woodworkers, and while you can say that is not optimal, I always say like cutting down trees is important because you need it. So, sound cue, you barely heard it, but there's the like this. This is this here in the top right corner. When you hear something like that, usually something in the alerts came in. Or it is something up there. So in this case, it's this. Now, this is a cornerstone. A cornerstone is basically a passive buff that applies for the rest of this map when you play this map. So here we have +2 to stone production, but also gain an additional stone every yield from gathering, farming, fishing, or production. So this here is literally like get free stones. stones are used for quests for the most part. You can also build roads with it, but I usually never build roads with them. Then we have this. You've managed to enlist some excellent hunters. Meat production increases by +1 for every 25 times it's produced. So if we would like gather meat, which as far as I understand this one drops, yes, every 25 gathered meat I would get a +1 to this production. So it becomes better the longer it runs. Scouts work 10% faster on glade events for every firekeeper assigned to a hearth. In this case we have one hearth, which means 10% faster. Scouts are for events or places they have to explore. That is what this means. Wealthy settlements attract wealthy settlers. Newcomers bring 40% more goods with them for every hearth level gained. So currently our hearth is at level 0. If we would level the hearth up, then when newcomers come in, then they would also bring additional goods with them. Enjoy. Yes, Flickerfox, would you be so kind to solve the riddle? It has been with us for at least 2 months now. And people kind of refuse to solve it. I don't know why. Da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da. Steel pickaxes. So cornerstones only come in every year. That means I have to go through 3 seasons before another cornerstone shows up. So let's see. So most people consider the field kitchen as very important in the beginning. I have to say I don't use it as much. Not because it's bad or anything, not at all. There's the trading post, which we should build soon. Since we don't have anything better. So we have something for bricks, but not for this. So crude workstation is gonna be important. And the trading post would also be important. Sadly, the trading post is very big. Let's see. This is also using wood. Let's see. Only 4. Which is okay. I personally usually never care too much about this. Here's another audio cue. We have orders. Order! So orders are quests given to us, and if we fulfill those quests, we get some rewards for that. They come in at different times, as you can see, and they become more difficult over time. Now, the devs were pretty smart in the sense of like, oh, interesting, let's go back and look at the No, you cannot look at the other ones and then pick any of them and come back here, and no, you have to do them in order. Okay, so what do we see here? We see an objective and we see rewards. So in this case, it wants us to produce a trading post, and it wants us to have 10 amber. Amber is kind of a currency in this game that you can trade, and you get it through quests and to trading with other cities. And as a reward, we would get some biscuits, which the beaver eats, 5 parts, which, like I said, are very difficult to obtain, and box of tools. Now, box of tools are usually used to open up specific places, often, if not always, in regards to get some additional resolve points to win the game. And here we would need to deliver 5 tools, which we have none. And we most likely also have no possibilities at the moment to make any. So you can vote which one of those 2 we gonna take. It is pretty obvious that the trading post is a lot easier to solve. I have to look into the settings there. It's a bit weird that you join the faction and then like literally get kicked out of it a minute later. Scream. Okay. So the next is deliver 5 packs of building materials. Can be done, is expensive. And the other one is complete 2 glade events, which will happen on its own. The first one we get a tank production plus some bricks and some tools, and then the second one we get some defined number of planks, defined number of tools, and 3 more villagers. Yeah, I said options. I will look into the options before I choose the next one. Either way, vote, because otherwise Coffee will vote always for the worst. Okay, nobody chose. Then I will pick this. Now let me look into the settings. Problem solver. There we go. This here. Viewer slot cooldown after defeat. Chat abilities cooldown in seconds. Huh. Order you to make me a cheese block. Okay. Let's put this to 300, which is 5 minutes. I'm not sure exactly if this is the one. Chat's abilities cooldown, which I also would say is like, let's make that 45. Okay, I guess the idea is basically like, you join one of the two sides and then use one of your choices. And then it basically decides something of who wins, who loses, and then you stay in? I don't know, like, look, I used this feature for the very first time. So, in the beginning, you will have the problem that you have a limited amount of workers. So it's gonna be slightly a problem. Of course, you don't have to have like 6 workers in your woodcutters. It is also very useful to send at least a gatherer there. Okay, you become a forest guardian. You chose tail, which is not a function that you have. There you go. So you join forest, right? And then you basically can choose poison to deplete food, anger to increase hostility, or chant to make events slower. Or you choose to join the other faction, which is the council member, which have prayer for extra production chance. You know, you're in the forest and you tried to use the command for the council. So you have to join the council if you want to use tail. I wish they would have structured this help thing a little bit better. Yet the chant doesn't work since you're not in the forest guardians at the moment. Tails, where do I get one? Sonic games. Die. Let's see how much we have. Okay, should try to get 10 out of that. probably make 7. Don't really have anything there and there. This up is on priority high. Put 1 worker in. Not that, Tails! Sonic can keep him. Then I would recommend that you get yourself a coin. So you can set the game to pause whenever a season change happens, which I always have in, just so I know. So now we have the market, and in 6 minutes there will be our first merchant, which has raw food, pottery, tools, with some perks and blueprints. Speak of it, we also didn't make a choice here. So here it wants a trading post and 10 ember. That's basically the same objective as the other one, which gives us some pickled goods, which the beavers do eat, parts and tools. And here we have to deliver 7 packs of crops. Not that difficult. And yes, for each actual order that we resolve, we gain like the Queen's Grace, which gives us a reputation point. Yan yan. Trade these nuts. I can. Are you up to give up your nuts, Coffee? Okay. So yes, it's gonna take that single worker moment to build those roads, because single worker. Okay. Oh, I don't wanna. But you offered it. So there's also this. Which I completely forgot. So here you can actually regulate the services, complex food and simple food, which means that they hadn't had any food yet. So yeah, I'll turn that on now. Enjoy Jeff's raid. Yeah. I will not enjoy Jeff's raid. Okay. Nobody forces you. now we get into the rainy season. So what is the... Like, at the moment we are still on level 0. So that means we don't really have to remove any woodcutters from their buildings, because this is the lowest level of hostility that we can get. We also get these exclamation marks. That is an indication that a building has nothing to do. So in this case I can say like, this is fine, turn it off, but we can push like this a little bit more. And we have still just one worker out, which is okay. As you can now see is that their resolve is going to drop down to 2. It's also mostly a mismanagement on my side, because I ignored the fact that they could eat and didn't let them. It's not the best thing to do. Hopefully he builds this very soon. Now you see the resolve is going back up. So resolve is always going like up and down depending on various factors. Now it went back up because they basically have now the allowance to eat by me. So yeah. And yes, I play through Jeff's raid because I can. But I will wait for this, because Jeff's raid is over in 15 seconds. There we go. Welcome back. I didn't really miss anything. We just went through the rainy seasons. The resolve of our beavers went back up. So this is basically almost finishing the first year. At the end of the year, this happens. Newcomers come in. So we click on this and see, okay, we have newcomers. We have either a beaver and a human, or a beaver and a harpy, which also bring different kinds of materials with them. And yeah, you can vote on that. Also to notice, all your orders are getting like listed up here on the right side. And if you ever fulfill one, it will like check mark it. In the top right corner, the icon will blink. And then you can fulfill your order. Me. Okay, I will go with the harpies. Now, harpies have this tendency to be very stingy. But like I said in the beginning, like if you fulfill their needs correctly, then it becomes far more manageable. So, this finishes the first year. We want to push this to this. Let this worker keep continuing doing that. We get a new choice of cornerstones. Now, the first one is that you can plant mushrooms on farms. The problem is we don't have any farms. Then we have the next one. Every glade event solved by making a decision marked as empathy lowers hostility by 40. Now, this is not a bad thing. It is also retroactively, but currently we have not done anything, so it still can work. Okay. So this is a cornerstone that basically will disappear if I would unpause the game or close this window. Big strategic changes always come with an adjustment period. Every neighboring town offers +2 more trade routes, but no trader will arrive in your settlement until you complete at least 3 trade routes. Traders currently staying in the settlement will leave immediately. Now, trade routes basically mean requests. So every city you can actually trade with, or every settlement, aka past of your own settlements as well, have usually only 1 or 2 trade routes. And the trade route is basically, we request this item and we will give you this much amber for it. This would expand this by +2 for every single location, but like you see, you need to do 3 trade routes first until merchants start to come back to your settlement. All in all, I don't see that as a very useful one, because like I had never much of a problem with trade routes to begin with the basic ones. Whereas Order's newest invention, all workers have a +5 higher chance of producing double yields for every 110 points of expected corruption per minute. The Ancient Hearth. Well, this is actually more useful towards the end of a match. So yeah, I basically feel like all of these cornerstones are not that great, so I will use a reroll. So let's see what we have here. An ancient jewel, shimmering, revealing glimmer of a faint underwater landscape. At the start of each storm, you have at least 500 points of expected corruption per minute. Gain a permanent 33% bonus to the burning time of resources sacrificed in the Ancient Hearth. To translate that, it's basically like when you have the more corruption you have in your settlement, the less gain a permanent bonus to the burning time resources sacrificed. It basically means that you sacrifice less resources in the storm in return, which basically helps to get through storms and keep resolves of your villagers up. But this is basically something that also is more useful towards the end of the map. Newly discovered gathering nodes have more charges, +5 for small ones, +15 for large ones. So charges are these nodes, for example, that we are already used like to gather like some meat and so on. I consider this not as great as some might think. Increases the chance of doubling event loot by 50%. This doesn't apply to perks and blueprints. Now this one is new to me, and it is also a very good one. So Basically, when you open a glade and you have an event there, you can get doubling the rewards from those events at a rate of 50%. Get 40 water skins for every full reputation point obtained through high resolve. High resolve is basically when villagers have like a high resolve and then therefore push this blue bar. So when that happens, you can get 40 water skins. It is also like, yeah, it's not the best thing ever, but hey. So all out of this, I would say the old fedora head is the best choice. And then followed by that is probably the rich glades and the family gratitude, and last the mark of the sealed ones. I guess nobody voted. Then I will pick this. So, let's see. This guy has still stuff to do. We see that we have one villager without a house. So now we can build harpy houses and we can build beaver houses and normal shelters. Despite that I only have one harpy, I feel like I want to build a harpy house. Just a question where to build them. I guess I will build it there. So, I'm gonna push that. So, very good players basically already open glades in the first year. I have this tendency to let a year pass so I can like get rid of trees, so to speak. Anger. Angie doesn't like me. There you are. Okay, so now our first merchant actually arrived. And this is how it looks like when you get a merchant. And when you interact with the merchant, you have to understand that this is not your normal interaction with a merchant as you are used to in many other games. Speak for the trees and they want to break your fucking knees. Wow. Anyway, so what you need to understand the following is like you see here the goods. This is the amount of each good. When you hover over it, look at what says below berries. It says 0.37. So let's put one berry in. As you can see, it is 0.37 amber worth. Now you can pay with amber if you have amber, but you can also pay with any other material that this specific merchant accepts. But also keep in mind the following. So, can you see it? So, it is a trade. That means I offer him something of this value, but I want from him this value. If I want to equalize this, I would need to add something. So yes, this is not a here's my price, pay me with money. It is a trade. So therefore you need to kind of equalize this as good as possible. So like Baldur's Gate 3 or the like, kinda, yeah. Just be aware that in most cases there will be a slight difference between the trading. And it will be always you in paying a little bit more than it is worth. In most cases. You can also do the following. You can also do like single steps and pushes in fives. You can also then, if you don't want to do the math, be like, okay, just auto this. And then it tries to equalize it as good as possible. With the specific resource you choose here. So yeah. On top of that, the merchants also sell you perks. Now perks are basically like passive bonus things that you can unlock with them. They are very useful, but they can only be paid with Ember. So if you don't have any Ember, you can literally buy Ember from the merchant and then pay with that Ember that you just traded for these perks. But all these perks he has are not useful for me personally. So yeah. Sure, I have this merchant, but I also don't really have anything of use to trade. I'm also in the beginning of the match, so therefore trading something like planks is possible because I can produce more planks, but since the only production building I have that makes planks is awful in conversion rate from wood to plank, it is not really useful to trade in the beginning like that. When you play on higher difficulties, the prestige levels, you will make those sacrifices. But I just don't see a reason why I should do this. Also, I have codes, but the codes are used by both species, so therefore, with this merchant at the moment, I have nothing to do. Like, there's no use to trade with this merchant. Now, as you can see, their resolve is pushing, but it is mostly pushing because they have coats, and the harpies also have boots. By the way, I don't understand quite why harpies have boots. It's really strange. So you can also turn that off, which is okay. I have this tendency to not really give them like these things right away, because I joke. The reason I don't give this out like right in the beginning is basically like when it's storming, it is better then to have those activated. Hoping you have a nice day. Okay day, but I'm kinda EP, so that's why I'm basically playing against the storm today. Harpies in steel-toed combat boots to kick you in the head. I guess. and therefore we are playing this cozy game. As you can see, and that is the very important part that I told you about, like if you please the harpies, right? Then their resolve is getting pushed. And this is good. When you see this happening, then this bar is also getting pushed. And that is what you want. You can literally have a game, and I recently had that. A game where the impatience is like here. God damn it, Angie, why? Oh no. I just took a sip from my tea. God damn it, Angie. Why? But yes. So I had a match. The impatience was very high. But guess what? I was like here. And I was like, oh fuck it. This match is done. But I kept playing and was like, maybe still have a chance. And guess what? Harpies came to the rescue because I pushed them and they pushed the resolve and they made me win this map. It was insane. Let's see, we have 3 workers. We actually don't need 3 workers. We can actually put like the beavers back in. And then we could also consider to build a rain collector. It's not the worst thing to do. How are you doing, Chub? How's it going? How's university going? Okay, so the rain collector is in, which is good, but needs a worker, which I don't have. Very useful. Let's kick this beaver out. And let's put a harpy in instead. So here's the other thing. Remember when I said like every species has like a different kind of thing going on for hearths? So beavers make it less consuming less fuel. Harpies, on the other hand, increase the carrying capacity by 5. Which makes me want to push out the harpy there, put the beaver in here, push this beaver out and put the harpy in there. So you can always exchange these at any given point. So it is actually like, look, the difference is 2 seconds. That is not huge. No, it is huge. It is actually 12 seconds it pushes, so it makes a difference. But currently increasing a little bit of the carrying capacity is not a bad thing. Charting. Okay, so we got new orders in. So what we have is have at least 8 harpies for 30 seconds and keep harpies resolve above 18 for 60 seconds. In return we get some paste, some parts and an alchemist hut, which is not necessary. So the next one is have at least 10 villagers with the jerky need fulfilled for 2 minutes. which applies to harpies, and the reward is more jerky production. We get some meat and some villagers. And the last one is build 5 beaver houses. In return, you get 5 clays per minute permanently, some pickled goods, and 5 beavers, and all of them, of course, give you a Queen's Grace. The difference with the last one is that you have to fulfill this within 8 minutes. I will tell you that each of these buildings cost around 6 to 8 planks, and we have currently maybe at best 24. So fulfilling this is not so easy within 8 minutes. But feel free to vote. Holy shit, it got really dark. I had to check. Yeah, it's very overcast. It's raining actually outside. And we are going for this. Yeah. And the next one. First objective is to discover 5 glades. This will automatically resolve itself because we are definitely going to do that. The last one, which is within 7 minutes, discover 5 glades. That, on the other hand, is difficult, like really difficult, basically, like insane, within 7 minutes. And the middle one is basically like those luxury goods, trade goods, and 12 ember. This is also not so easy to resolve. In the first one we get ember, tools, and insects. In the second one we get that traders arrive more quickly, parts, 2 villages, and in the last one we get reeds and clay for each discovered glade, tools and parts. In general, the first one is the easiest, the second one is the second, and the last one is very difficult. It's 15 degrees outside. Luckily, it's 23 degrees inside. Okay. So, let's see what we can do here. Angie. Mesmerizing melodies, scout work, 10% slower on event glades. I see. Thing is, we don't really have like many things at the moment. Six and we can do that. That is fine. Let's see, what else do we have? Is the hearth actually on level 1? Yes, it is. Yeah. What else? We have a brickyard, which we could build. I should actually build a makeshift post. All honesty, so we can actually start trading stuff. I surely could put down a field kitchen, which I never use under normal circumstances. Let's see. Do this. This is fine. Charge on Nashandra. Okay. Do we have anything for this? We do. And we should probably make 6 of those. Do we need to do anything else? No? Do I have anything for this? Yes, but no. Certainly this. Anger. So angy. So angy. Let's see. So for biscuits we would need flour, which I don't have. Could make some skewers. Do we need skewers? No, not really. Is this acceptable? Biscuits we cannot make, and we cannot make this. Okay, so we can basically deactivate this one at the moment. You're so ingy with me. You only want the poor people to suffer. So, we opened a dangerous glade. What happens here? So, first things first, we see we have some resources here. this is a resource. These here come in various sizes in each glade, and they always offer either to break it open, which gives you just like these things, or you can use tools to push for the Queen's Grace. So what I usually have the tendency to do is to not open these unless I specifically need them, because it can make the difference between winning a map or losing it. Because if you have the tools to open those, then towards the end of the match, it is very useful to push those. The very interesting part, on the other hand, is that these come in form of 1 tile, 2 tile, and 4 tiles. But interestingly enough, the smaller it is, the more Queen's Grace it actually gives you for the least amount of tools used. So the smallest ones are actually the most precious ones when it comes to pushing the Queen's Grace, while the 4 ones are better used to just break open, to be honest. That's my personal experience with the entire thing. Maybe other people tell you otherwise, and I'm not gonna say like they're wrong. Here's a 4 thing. See, here it uses 24 tools and it gives you a single point. But here it uses only 15 and it gives you 0.75 points. In other words, it's actually using less tools to give you more points. Now, the actual point here is this. This here is a glade event, and you will always encounter a single one in a dangerous glade, and you will get 2 in a forbidden glade. So in this case, and this is why the game doesn't need any fighting, because these events cause enough trouble on its own. So, we have a termite burrow, and we can solve this in 2 ways. And each of them give us different things. So we can burn it down, or we can tame it. This is also dependable on what materials you have available to you. So, as you can see, like, you don't really want to use parts for this. Like, that's ridiculous. We don't have any tools and we don't have enough pipes. Now, when you want to solve something like this and you don't have the necessary things to solve it, this would be then the point to use this, where you can call immediately a merchant in, so you can literally trade the necessary goods. But it is not granted because you get random merchants, right? So this one has metal, fuels, tools, building materials, and a number of... Like, this is the important part. He would basically have things that we would need to solve this. But you also need the materials to trade with them. That's then the other problem. Also, if you do it, then the impatience grows by 0.5, aka this bar goes by 0.5 up. And like I explained before, the next time you use this immediate call, it will create impatience of 1, and then 2, and then 4. So yes, you can only use it so much. So we need to resolve this somehow, and it's pretty much clear that we have to burn it down because there's no other solution to this at the moment. So what happens is basically like, here it is, and then there's the threat. The threat happens every 13 minutes. And this is what it does. Nothing can stop a hungry stone-toothed termite swarm from feeding, destroy all stored building materials, bricks, fabrics, banks. This is horrible. So if this was something else, it might give you a negative and then stacks every time this time frame is reached. In this case, it just does this every 13 minutes. To avoid this, you want to resolve this as fast as possible. So you choose one of the two and then send a worker there. So, but there's this. Termite infestation, harvesting and planting are 50% slower while you work this event. This is not the worst. We don't plant anything, but we do harvest a few things. As reward, we're gonna get some plant fiber. We are getting the insect traps, which is basically getting insects for every 2 mushrooms we produce, except we don't produce any mushrooms. And we get 2 ancient tablets. Now, ancient tablets can only obtained through this, like through quests, through these goods. You cannot really buy them in any other shape or form. They are the most valuable good that you can sell, but it is also a good idea to not sell the tablets until very late on. Reason for this is that you might get some orders that want ancient tablets to be delivered. And the other thing is, there could be a quest where it also needs ancient tablets, but they are very rare, if they even exist. That's the other thing. So I usually say, like, keep ancient tablets as long as possible, if you have them. So, we can choose a worker here. It will take him 5 minutes to do this. I could also throw out a worker here and add another worker to this, which would reduce the time by a minute. You usually should always send the maximum amount of workers to those events. So we do that and say investigate. Now I will also throw out another worker here. And mark these trees so they are getting taken care of. Don't forget to change this back to only mark trees and avoid glades. And then these workers will take care of that. Let's see, I also have this tendency to make like paths. So workers can get faster there. We also see that we have this. This is a geyser, which can automatically farm like these this specific water type from there if you upgrade it. But we also have this, which is very nice, and I will build a gathering station for that. And then we let this go. Change in season. I will move this over here now. And probably take out one worker so I can put this worker here instead. Nap. And yeah. So you should always work a little bit planned with the woodcutters, especially since you want to get rid of the trees in this area. So you have it for your housing and other needs of placing down production buildings. So always plan a little bit around with that. But yeah, also plan ahead, look around and see where you want to cut in. So, yeah. So now this building is here, but I have only one active worker. Though I don't really build anything at the moment, but I would rather set this worker here to build us 6 packs of provision, which would give us then the ability to actually start trading with other places. You can always check the status of the current thing that is going on here. As you can see, 50% is done. I have 1 worker there and 2 workers here. Yeah. I have 1 worker there. I can actually throw this worker out for the moment, because he is also slower at the moment since they are working for this here. And then I wanted to do with this worker something I wanted to do with this worker. Ah, yeah, right. So it's not a bad thing to push the level of the hearth another notch up. So the thing is this, you see that it needs green and blue decorations. And there are like single tile decorations, and then there's something like this, which is a 2x2, aka 4 tiles. But it has the same effect as placing 4 single ones, and the cost is basically the same. But because they need to be in the range of the hearth, you should kind of try to be efficient with this. And that basically means like to understand how much space these buildings take, especially the resident buildings. So it is actually a good idea to build like these decorations at places like these corners, because you cannot really use those corners exactly like that. For example, these corners are guaranteed to be free, whatever you are placing down. But since I build like more production buildings in this direction, there is no guarantee that this is free. So I would look more in this direction. It is not always very obvious. You know, you see it is an overlay, right? But it is not always exactly clear which tree is involved and which isn't. Sometimes. In this case I can see it clearly, which is good. But see, when I do this, yeah, okay, if I look at his, but see as I move it, like makes you think, is it going just here, or is it also taking the next row of trees. I feel like they could have done a little bit of a better job in that regard, if I'm perfectly honest. Anyway. But what we can guarantee, and this is the good thing, is that this row here will always be not used by buildings. So I can easily put down this bench there. The other ones are a little bit more complicated to find a good place for them, I have to say. I'm placing at least one down. Still have one worker, that's good. Let's keep continuing. He has done the 6. Undo this, deactivate, which automatically pushes every worker out. Build this path. And now I can also send one worker here. Start gathering stuff. Kind of want to push this here, so I have this space free. So now we come into this situation. So we are now on a hostility level 1, and we want to push the hostility level 1 down 1 notch because it helps with the resolve of our villagers. It is not here a problem, because only from level 2 on, the next thing is getting active. So the first thing you can always do is click this button, which pushes out every single woodcutter, which reduces a lot of hostility. What you always can do and like play around a little bit is trying to keep one active. But as you can see, even one woodworker pushes it to level 1. So it's better to keep everybody out for the duration of the rainy season. So the rainy season is going actually quite longer than usual. Usually it goes for 2 minutes. In this case it goes 2 minutes 23 seconds. So now we can start to plan around a little bit. aka we can, for example, push this harpy out, put the beaver in, so we are going to use less fuel for the rainy season. Next thing we can do is go here and see, hey, remember we have shoes and raincoats. So we are going to give them during the rainy season access to those, which also helps to keep their resolve up. We also have now 4 workers available. That means we could potentially push these guys into a building to produce stuff for us temporarily. We don't have anything for that. We could, let's see where the event is. This is resolved within 6 seconds, so we can actually push here a worker in, and we can also push the last worker in here. And this is resolved. Wonderful. So what they are doing next is basically like gather all these things out of this before it disappears. And we just let it run. We can't do much more than this. Sure, we can, if we really want to, sacrifice here. But the thing is this, you can click on those, by the way. You're not going to lose any of the things that you sacrifice when you click on this arrow. So you can click on it, and as you can see here, the hostility went down. Look at it. Goes up, goes down. The thing is, it doesn't make much of a difference, because look at the villagers. The numbers do not change if I sacrifice something. So if I'm at level 0, I cannot push like this resolve any further. So we leave it at that. This is the maximum we can do for our villagers. And we just have to let it run. But see, harpies are happy, and therefore they push their resolve, which is good. Now we get newcomers, but I would say, like, don't get the newcomers while there's still rainy season. Wait, you don't have to take them in right now, just let them wait. It's okay. It's also that you see that the impatience is growing while there has been no actual progression in our reputation. That happens a lot. But it's fine. So now is the normal season again. This is good. Now we can actually click here on the newcomers and we get 2 beavers, 1 harpy or 2 beavers. Why is Jeff showing up every second? So currently you can vote which villagers are going to move in. 2 beavers and 1 harpy or 2 beavers. Almost done. Has no vote. So I'm going to go with 2 beavers, 1 harpy. Because we already have a harpy house. So this harpy is gonna be happy regardless. So what also happens is that we pushed some beavers into working here. Keep in mind where they are doing right now, so push this one out. And let's push a harpy out. Let's see, we have 15 coal left. So I would say, like, I leave the beaver in for the consumption control. Eat at least the beaver here and at least the beaver there. Let's push 2 beavers in here so they cannot take care of this part. He has nothing to do, which makes perfect sense. We're gonna push this to 10. 1 second. And Jeff is raiding. That's okay. Push this a little bit. 8. 16. So that's 2, 4. And with this, it's 6. That doesn't cover all the beavers, but it is fine. Cannot do more. Yeah. This is fine. He keeps scattering that. That is okay. Two workers. I should also really put down a blight post. I really should. Let's put another green down as well. Yeah. Let that run. People will not really miss much. It's gonna be fine. Right, but then we have the cornerstones. Right. Should look into those as soon as possible. His resolve is admirable. Very good. But we should also turn off the consumption control. Yeah. Yeah. And welcome back. You didn't miss much. I placed down 3 beaver buildings. I put a light post down here, which produces fire to get rid of blight rot, which is also important because certain quests require the fire. Yeah, merchant just arrived, and we have cornerstones as well. So let's see. We can get 12 amber for every 50 ale produced, which we produce none at the moment. Gain 1 ancient tablet for every 2 completed glade events, which we get 0 because we have only completed 1 glade event. Gain 2 packs of provision for every 10 herbs produced. Not sure if we actually produce herbs at the moment. Gain +1 to beaver resolve for every 70 wine produced, which we also do not do at all. So I'm going to reroll that. So let's see what we have here. A useful mill upgrade. Gain 3 oil for every 10 flour produced. While we do not produce flour at the moment, it would be something that we might produce in the near future. Gain 2 wildfire essence for every 2 completed dangerous or forbidden glade events. Totems spawned by the Fishman Cave and cloned blood flowers do not count. So wildfire essence is very specific for building an additional hearth, for example. It's not very much used, so this makes this cornerstone not that much useful. All recipes that use rainwater have a 5% higher chance of doubling the yield with every 30 vein charges mined. Rainwater is usually used in tea, which we don't produce at the moment. Plus 2 to herb production, gain an additional herb every yield from gathering, farming, fishing, or production. Now, out of all of these, I would say like the last one is the most useful one. Next one in this line would be the small press. And then probably from the ashes, and then Book of Water. So if you want to vote on that, you can do so at the moment. So we need to open up a glade. Then we can fulfill one of the orders. We also need to check out if we can do some trading. Wow. Okay. Then I will pick this. So trading is this icon up here. And if there's ever a trading route available where you could trade because you have what they want, it will display a number. In this case, it tells you one of them you have. So currently we have 14 reed, and there would be someone who wants 11 of those for 4 ember. Which I have to say, yes, that is worth it. So we're going to send that trade out. Like I said, there's no villager going out of your town for that. It just happens on its own. So the trader is here, which is good to some degree. He has a few interesting things, but we don't really have anything of good use to trade to him. Could trade some wood, but question is if this is useful. We would have to trade almost all of our wood if we wanted 6 ember. I think that's worth it. How much do I have? This would give me 2. He has parts though. But parts are very expensive. Yeah, can't really do anything with this merchant. So let's continue there. Kind of need to push this entire thing here. He is producing stuff, which is good. I have 4 workers out. Why do I have 4 workers out? Okay, he is now leaving. People here, I have people here. 2 here. Do this. Then I have 3 workers out. So I'm gonna push a worker in here. He's still producing stuff, that's good. But another pack there of provisions. This one is now completely gathered, which is good. Be beneficial to get rid of those. Right, and you. Let's move this up. Then this. Then do that. Road building. There we go. Okay. More road building here. That's the corner. So cut down those. Take this, move it a little bit. There we go. And we have new orders. So, have at least 15 harmony decorations or have at least 15 aesthetic decorations. Harmony or aesthetics? Oh, God. Orders. Order! So, in general, it is easier to get 15 aesthetic decorations, the second one, than the first one. The second one is also more beneficial because it increases production of berries, which of course we don't have, but it also is going to give us additional berries from gathering. It would also give us pickled goods, which is something beavers eat, and some crystallized dew, which we can use for specific things. On the other hand, the first one is just some production yields for packages goods, which is nice, but it is not necessary. Bundle of scrolls, sure, but not really necessary. As well, the wildfire essence, but feel free to vote on it. I would recommend you to get the second one, the aesthetics. They do. Well, I played this game quite a lot. I don't feel like I'm very good at it. Like, I'm not terrible at it, but I could play far, far more efficient. A friend of mine is really good at the game. Not me. I'm okay at it. So, next thing is rebuild or salvage 2 destroyed buildings found in the forest. Haunted ruins also count, and 12 packs of provisions, which will yield uh, the ability that our workers can carry 5 more items, some tools, and some pottery, along with the Queen's Grace, of course. And the next one is need for treatment fulfilled. This is very specific on very specific service buildings, which we most likely don't have and most likely won't get, which would give us +2 to tea production and additional teas, more harpies and some herbs. So in this case, I would also recommend choose ruins, because that is far more easier to solve and more beneficial. Okay, you didn't choose, so I will pick the first one. Okay, sorry, I had to look at something. Yeah. Let's continue. Which brings us to this. Is this build? Yes, this is build. So, 2 more greens and 4 blues. 2 more greens. So let's just 1, 2, which fulfills the 1 for there, and then 4 blues. I will be honest, like, while these aesthetics are meant to make your settlement look nicer, I have this as like I never really cared that much, so I just put down things. Okay. So, how are you doing? Okay, you want to open that. You shall do. It's also great half here. This is fine. Okay. So, biggest problem is like these fires are usually very important, and you can easily say that you need like 8 of those, but you have also not to put it directly on 8, because you always have to manage like your resources, so it's better to limit it down a little bit. And this is more suited for harpies. Where are my harpies? Makeshift post. Oh. There you are. Have you? You have not. So send the beaver in, take the harpy out. So when you see this, when you see that in the choice they have like this symbol going here, this one, you know it's tiny, then it means they are specialized for this building. Put specialized people into those buildings. They produce things faster and they get more happy doing it. So now we have opened our second glade. And click this away. So what we get is another cache here, which is normal. We have found a building, and we have here ruins. Rebuild or salvage a building. That means we have to do something with this. This is a provisioner. Not sure. Do we? No. Okay. So this is worth to actually rebuild instead of salvaging it, because it can create flour barrels and provisions at the 2-star rating. So this is more worth to rebuild. Currently we are missing planks to do so, but this has also not priority. This here is actually a plantation field, and we cannot do anything with it because we don't have a building for plantation. So, here's an ancient shrine. This is our glade event. We can solve it, but we cannot excavate it because we don't have any of the materials that we need. So we most likely have to solve it with this. What we are going to do is use meat, and as we can see, within less than 8 minutes, disturbing the ruins of the great civilization can have great consequences. Kills 5 random villagers. That is pretty devastating. Early on, like right now, you know, going from 13 villagers down to 8 is drastic. So we need to solve this fast. We're gonna solve it with looting, and we also get increased hostility by 300 points while we work on this. So first things first is I will place this over here. Then we want them to basically cut down those trees. Taking out every other tree they could potentially like take down. Don't forget to change the setting back to this. I will take a beaver out here because we need 2 workers. Gonna leave 2 workers in there. He just started working on this, but this is more important. And send 2 beavers to that place. So this is gonna get resolved as fast as possible. It would be beneficial if I could spare a worker somewhere. I don't think this is so important right now, so take this out. So we have a worker available for 4 things. And we have a change of season. That's okay. Let's continue. So a trade route has been completed, which is good. We don't have any new ones because we have nothing to trade with. So we just leave that alone. Okay, Scouts Idolite Shrine. Yes, because I didn't send them. Yes, this, by the way, can happen a lot, by the way. That you like assign workers, say like this do this, but you forget to click on investigate. The game is at least nice enough to give you an alert about this. So yeah, don't forget to do that. We should, because this is going to affect our global stuff here, we should give them access to those to mitigate like the consequences as good as possible. But as you can see, like, it's brutal at the moment, for harpies at least. And they recovered, which is good. They recovered mostly because they got now access to coats and boots. So what I'm basically doing here is something you might not know when you don't play this game. So when you have plantations, you need to build down a building. The building is gonna be a 2x2. It will take up this space here. And because of that, then that means that this route here, this road, cannot just go through the field. So it is inconvenient to try to push this road. Instead, we are pushing this road. Because when you place down the plantation here, it has a radius where it can plant down. But when you put it down here, as it is intended, then you can cover all these fields. So you are basically forced to plant it down here. You don't have to, you can plant it down here and lose four tiles. But I don't see a reason why I should do that. So yeah, this basically means we can get rid of those because we don't need that. But instead build the road there. Let's have a look here. She, yeah, they're still doing fine. So let's have a look here. Yeah, okay. Zoom out to have an overlook. So this is gonna be fine. This is okay. Now we have to estimate where to go next. So we still don't have any tools. This one will solve itself when this is done. The amber will happen over time. We still need 3 more glades. So we can kinda consider to actually open these small glades here. So we get the space here for the hearth. That is probably not a bad idea. Which means we should probably already move this. So let's see what we are going to do here. Let's do this first so we can replan our idea how to cut down stuff here. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, that's a very straight line. Totally. This should work out, I guess. But we also have to somehow get more near there. So that means we need to cut these also down. Okay, so they will work on a pathway to open those glades. Meanwhile, this one is busy cutting down this last tree there. Anytime soon. He's currently on break. There we go. Okay. So, now I can build this. And that is fine. Okay. So that would be 2 more. Then we have 4. And then we should consider where to go from there. Good question. I think the next glade is probably this one that we should concentrate on. So I will take this guy and plant him down here somehow. I wish I could do this. I mean, I can. I mean, temporarily I can do this. You have to watch out when you strategically cut down trees that it overlaps, that you not like mark trees and then this one thinks like, oh, I need to cut down trees there. It's like, no, you don't. So so let's take this opportunity to cut down those trees. It's not going into the other one. Double check. Only mark trees. Only mark trees. Okay. And then we can run this. Wonderful. We are getting into the rainy season. So, this here has been resolved. That's good. So, let's see if we can build some more beaver housings. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And boost up the priority. Still no possibility for that. Okay, you have built 2. Okay. I'll let you build a 3rd, despite that our fuel is now running low, which is not good. So we enter rainy season. The rainy season. Okay. Throw workers out. The harsh reality is like at some point levels will be pushed if you like it or not. So currently we are at danger level 1, which doesn't activate this yet, which is okay. We could potentially sacrifice this to go to level 0, but in all honesty, that would cost us more than 80 wood. We cannot do that. That's just ridiculous to do at the moment. So what we are doing is instead playing around with level 1. So that means I can still use workers, woodcutters during rainy season. Which I shall do. Put a beaver in there. And potentially also, yeah, no, I need one worker out to build these homes. They are still pushing. It's gonna be down to 16, so I'll put it down on 16. And then let this run. They still have access to that, so that's important. And we have solved an order. So we can click here on not that, but this one. And could trade this in right now. I will wait because we are currently in the rainy season because we get 3 more villagers with that. I don't need that right now, so we wait for the good season to start again and then we deliver this and then we finally get some Queen's Grace, which is this wonderful thing, which also is going to give us a new blueprint. So we're just gonna let this run. Let's have a look. 1, 2. So this is also important to understand. Like these buildings are 2 by 2. Basically almost all housing is 2 by 2. As you can see, this is 2 by 2. Which is great. Because it tells us this field, this field, this field. Like these 3 fields are free. There is nothing we can place down. You cannot place down a housing halfway in the limit. Like if I place down a housing here, it wouldn't count as housing. So, what we still need to place down is 2 aesthetics of blue, which we now can actually do. Just have to see what we are going to place down. So, yeah, sure, we can place down a lamp and then something else. Oh well, let's place down this as well. Okay. So, and this is going then to push this here, at least when we get new people here, to level 2. And you should always aim to push this hearth to level 2, because it is not that difficult to do so. Okay, so the game now also gives us newcomers. We ignore that because we are still in rainy season. Almost done with the rainy season. There we go. Now we can actually take care of all of that. So, first things first. Let's see what cornerstones we do get. Let's see. This same thing that we had before. More charges on gathering nodes. We can get a +10 villager speed and 1 global resolve. We can get 5 eggs when a blight rot cyst appears in your settlement. That doesn't happen so much. All farms can plant mushrooms. Yeah. I mean, I look at those cornerstones and go like, okay, all out of that, the survivor bonding is definitely the best to get. And then I would say the next best is rich glades, and then mushroom seedlings, and then blight rot pruner. But feel free to vote. Oh. While in general this is a very chill game, where you're just like, I wanna play a strategy game and just like chill, then this game is fantastic for it. Despite that it can also stress you out to some degree, but it happens not often. Family! Vin Diesel. Yes. There we go. Thank you. Very kind. So next we are going to do the resolve of orders. So we're gonna get some tanks. We're gonna get some tools, which is good, by the way, because we have another thing here that wants 5 tools. So delivering this makes this one also deliverable. And we get 3 villagers. So we deliver. And now we can also deliver this. So we deliver 5 tools, which hurts because we could use those tools, but we get so much back in return. So we deliver this. And now, because we pushed 2 bars, we also gonna get 2 blueprints. Do you think Fast and Furious should have ended at 7? I don't know, because I never watched Fast and Furious. And now Coffee is gonna be like, what? How dare you, never watching Fast and Furious? Have you listened to the song See You Again, though? Most likely not. So, we get newcomers. Either we get 4 beavers and these materials, or we get 2 harpies, 1 beaver and those materials. In general, the second one is a much better choice, but feel free to vote. I mean, it was famous for being a tribute to an actor in the movie who died. Yeah, the blonde guy, right? I think then the chances are that I might have heard it. I mean, I can test it. Let's see. I get more than 1 result for See You Again. You don't happen to know who's the singer, band, whatever for that song? I have 1 That is Wiz Khalifa and Charlie Puth, or Puth. And the other one is Tyler, The Creed, and Kali Uchis. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go with this. And to actually check this out, general mute it in the background. Click here. Now it should be in the background. Aha. This one? Uchi Hasasuke, yes. Is it this one? Sounds pretty much correct. Hi, Coffee. Please answer. Okay. No, I think I never heard of this one. I mean, one of the shittiest things is basically when Heath Ledger died, right? Yeah. That really sucked, like Heath Ledger. It's especially like terrible because like the last role he played was Joker, right? And he did such a stellar job on that. Well, good song. And the infamous behind-the-scene picture where he performs a skateboard trick over Batman. I never saw that. Should Google it. I should. You know, I didn't remember what exactly was the cause of his death, and I just see it here on Wikipedia. Accidental poisoning from prescription medicine. That is so shitty, man. That is so incredibly shitty. The good one. In all honesty, it's kind of shit. It's kind of sad that it didn't leave that in the movie. That would have been so awesome. In all honesty, it would even have fitted into the movie. But if I remember correctly, that was like, I think the scene where he like followed and the Joker was like in a car that tried to escape from Batman, and then the shitty thing happened and Batman lies on the street, right? But it would have been so funny that the Joker would have turned around the car, get out, take a skateboard, and then do this skateboard trick over Batman lying on the street. That would have been so good. Nice. Wonderful. I wonder... Not gonna do that, right? No. Really. You know, it's kind of annoying. Like when they basically rebooted Batman, basically with the last reboot, basically where this is going down between Batman and Joker. Those movies were great. I mean, sure, you can discuss about this if you like it or not. I personally thought that those reboot movies were really well done, like really good. Like it gave the entirety of Batman like a more realistic approach than the comics did, or like the previous Batman movies also did. Sad the Joker scene got scrapped in the reboot. Yeah. But now is the problem that DC basically is like, oh yeah, and now we need to have Batman being involved with the league, and therefore it goes in a complete different direction again. Because in all honesty, I would have approved of getting more Batman movies in the direction like the reboot did. But this is clearly not going to happen. DC is now going to push the Marvelization of their side of the comics. I don't know. It's like, it's to some degree it's okay, to some degree it's kind of like, eh. Don't misunderstand me, I actually liked the whole thing from Jack Snyder and so on. Especially like his director's cut that he was allowed to release after the entire thing was like already on the market. Which I personally say like is the better version. But yeah. Let's see. Okay, so we can choose new buildings. Let's see. Before... Actually, we don't need to. I think. Yeah, we don't need to. So, here's something important to remember. So when you choose buildings and you're unsure, do I even have a building producing this yet? And instead of like digging around, the game is actually showing you. So when you look at this, it writes down everything in white. But here, it writes the field kitchen in blue. And that means you can actually build this building when it's written in blue. So in this case, it has the field kitchen, but the field kitchen is doing a worse job than this one. But let's say you're interested in producing flour and you're probably wondering like, do I have a building? Apparently not. So, what do we have? We have here something that produces biscuits, pie and pottery, but again, we don't have anything that makes flowers. Now this one can produce flour, but you have also to consider this. We don't really have anything that we like produce to make flour, so well, this is not helpful at all. The paste is also only one level better than the one we already have. So, then we have the manufactory and the press. Well, oil, this one here is actually not bad if we could produce it, because it can be used in certain quests. Sure, it would also be nice to have a building that produces fabric at a lower cost, which is basically 50% cheaper than the building we already have. Dye, on the other hand, is also a thing that is interesting, but we don't really have a reliable source to produce it. So in the entirety of all these buildings, I say the press, the last one, is actually the best pick in this. Followed by manufactory, followed by rain mill, followed by bakery. So it's basically from right to left, from best to worst. So feel free to vote on that. Also, great that Chef is here. God damn it, Chef. Bread for everyone. Yeah, but you cannot make bread without flour. And we cannot really produce flour because we don't have the stuff to make flour out of it. So, Regardless, I know the press is also building flour. No flour, only bread. I said bread. I can bread you. Never. Okay. I have to wait for this one. I think I'm gonna make some rice and pulled beef for tonight for dinner. $40. Oh God, tomorrow is Thursday. You know, the worst thing is that at the moment I feel like time is running at maximum speed. Like literally it's like, oh, it's Friday, and then days pass and it feels like 2 days ago was Friday, basically. It's really annoying. I come back. So we can pick another building as well. I look at this and can tell you that the ranch is the best choice here because it is a building that can actually produce like these materials for almost free, so to speak. So it doesn't require too much investing in making those things. I would say after the ranch is probably the cooperage or cooperage. And then I would probably say like fishing hut, forester hut. But feel free to vote. Da 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 dum. Ten seconds to go. Yeah. So. We have a bakery and we have a ranch. Okay, so let's see. No trade routes at the moment. So what we want is to move this to here. So and actually open those glades. So these small glades will not give us like some glade quests. That's not their intention. They are just providing like resources. So we're gonna make sure to get these beavers in. Take this beaver out. Let's see. 3. I will allow them to make another one. Put one here so they can make this. I'm gonna deactivate this one for the moment. Should consider to get this one. Because it's also a quest. So we're gonna send one worker there. This has not top priority. This one is busy, and I have currently 4 workers. 4 workers, this one is about to go to level 2. And let's see, we have... That's the good part. You can just click on here and then it counts your... it counts the buildings. So we have coverage for 10 beavers, which would mean we would potentially need to put down 2 more beaver houses. And we have 1 harpy house, which means we 1 or 2 harpy houses. We should concentrate on harpies first. We can put 1 harpy down, 2 harpy down. Only 1 additional beaver house. Because we also have to make those. They are working on that. But we have to watch out because we have to manage this now. It's very important. So we leave that as it is. You are working on that. You are doing this. They are still recovering that. Which is good. Also good. They get in some sea marrow, which is very important. Which leaves me still with 4 workers. I would say like I put another worker here. 3 wood cutters there. Let's replace this one with a harpy. So I can put another woodworker here. And then I still have 1 worker, and this is fine. And this brings our hearth to level 2. Which is great because this means it increases 10% production speed and global resolve is increased by 1. They work on opening those glades. Okay, this one has nothing else to do. I will allow another one to be produced. We have 7 here, we can deactivate this. We don't really have anything here. So now I have 2 workers out. 2 workers out. These are still busy bringing in the stuff. This is fine. Let's see, anything else? His kitchen, bakery. Doesn't help too much. Brickyard, which we could now consider to put down. Let's have a look at the range of this, because whenever we can, we should not build into the range of that. So let's put this down there. And keep going. There we go. Good. Pushing harpies. And speak of pushing harpies, we should take this off again. There's a trade route. So we have some clay now, which we can sell for 2 ember. Should do so. Let them keep building. Also making paths. It's always important during non-storm season to cut down as many trees as possible. The best occasion basically is like that you have something like a kiln at least, which can produce, you know, coal. Because coal is so much more efficient at fueling your hearth and can also be used for various things. It's just like the amount of wood it needs to create coal is just more efficient overall. It's just a great resource. So what are we going to do with this? Can't really do much. I could sell a tablet. Only goes to 750. Okay. So we need half an ember worth of something. Problem is usually that there is usually nothing half. Yeah, I saw that. Just looking. Okay, we could also get some oil instead. 2 flour or 2 oil. Let's get the oil. So we trade in 1 ancient tablet. And I know I said like keep to the tablets as long as possible. But at the moment we need to push some things. For example, if we push this, then we can actually fulfill this order there, which is very important. So let's do that. There we go. Now we have fulfilled this and can get 6 tools, 5 parts and some pickled goods. And it also pushes the impatience down and pushes our reputation up. All very important. Which brings us to the point we can get ourselves another building. Let me see, do we have actually something? No. That or that. Yeah. Could do something with that potentially. Potentially. I look at this and I would say like the weaver is most likely the best choice. Mostly because we can produce fabrics more efficiently, and we could also produce boots, which is also a thing that hobbies like. The next in this entire package is probably the cooperage because of coats. And I'm not sure if we can produce any ale. Need pottery for that and this, and we don't really have any of that. So yeah, I would say like the best choice is weaver, then cooperage, and then the provisional, which I think we are just repairing anyway right now. And then the scribe. But feel free to vote. While you do that, take a short break. And number. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. You're complaining again? Okay, I will deactivate you now. Okay, this has been repaired, which is good. But yeah, we have that, and we have that to actually produce barrels. It's not the worst. I'm gonna deactivate this for the time being. these guys are now complaining because they cannot do anything, so let them cut through there. So here we have a small glade. As you can see, it's basically not worth in most cases to cut into a glade, into a small glade, because that's basically what you get. Like, not much actually. Then again, these are really nice because they cost just 9 tools for half a point, which is extremely useful. Now, let's see. You have actually a lot of materials there. And it would cost me only 40 stones. Pretty useful. I'm going to break that up. Let's see, we have restricted everything here. That is good. More workers. Yes. See what we get in the other glade. Okay. Oh, so you cannot reach over there. I see. Halo reach. This should work, right? Okay, next season, our trader is also soon going to go away. We also get an information that there's a trade route. Which one's stones? I don't really want to sell those. Okay, go to you. Are you still not in reach there? You're kidding me. Okay. Fine. Then we do the following. Get those threes. Yeah. Let's see, I restricted them to 10, 10 to 10. I think we can push this a little bit. 15. And this as well to 15. We still have 5 workers on the go. Means I can actually push someone in there. Let's see, what are you doing? Doing things. Yeah. So we're gonna take this, make some bricks. 28 bricks at the moment. And make 6 more. 34. Or we could use it for that and make... It's not. Yeah, let's not do that. Okay, 1 worker in here, please. Thank you. We will have something to do. Something eat, something that. How are you doing? You still have some things to do there. we could now consider to build a mine. A mine! And I call it a mine! We completed a trade route, whatever. Can sell stone or planks. I don't want to sell that. Okay. Another order to choose from. The first one wants me to sell goods worth at least 45 embers and to use 130 units of rainwater of any type in a rain engine. Which, the rain engine is basically in every production type building. You need pipes to install it. And then you can use rainwater of a specific type to increase production. But the longer you use, the more likely you will spawn a blight rot cyst, which you then need to burn down. So that, and then we would get like traders will arrive 15% quicker, can carry additional items, and some wildfire essence, of course, a grace. Or we produce 30 packs of trade goods to get some bricks, fabrics, and ember. In all honesty, I don't know. It's like, it's both not so easy to do. It's like using rainwater is not that difficult. 45 ember through trading, on the other hand, takes some time. Making packs of trade goods will also take time. So it's hard to tell which one is better in this case. Okay. Well, I will try it with this one. Anyway. Oh, come on. Hack down this tree so I can move my woodcutters. Thank you. There we go. So now... What? Oh, there's still one tree. Okay, now I can move it. So, now they can cut down that annoying last tree. Okay. So, the mine. Beavers have an affinity towards that. So I'm going to send 2 of them there. It is also good because they can mine coal. And in all honesty, I will actually not make them mine salt for now. Because the coal is so much more important. We still have this. There is this which is something I have to consider. The thing is this, the sea marrow is also valuable because some glade quests take these. But I will also activate this as fuel for the hearth. So what do we get in this glade? Okay, we get some broccoli. But we also get this, which can potentially give us new villagers. But we do not have any food for them. But we have this to basically get 10 ember. So in this case, I would say it is worth to sacrifice that food to send it to the citadel. Take this worker, investigate, make this possible. Next, we will change the settings back so they don't cut into any glades. And let them cut down like these trees. So they work through that, and then we need one more glade to get this, and I would say like this one has a high probability to be our next glade we cut in. And we have to consider to get like our aesthetics going, which is very annoying. It's a very annoying quest because like it wants aesthetics, but aesthetics are these here, and we don't need like 15 of those. So it's really annoying. Packs of provision. Okay. How many do you need there? 12. It's 2 more. It's a lot of food that would go away. For food. Okay, something happened. What did I set them on? On that. And they are working on that. Yeah. Housing. We have housing for 6 harpies, which covers all of them. And only 12 beavers. So, let us put down another beaver house. Without any workers. That works out. So where can I rip someone out? You. Get out there. Build this house. Come on. Go. I also will destroy this path here. I also should consider to start working on this path here. So let's take this out first. So we have already this path going. Make sure that this path is ready for next year. What have we done here? Nothing more to work on. Let them finish the brick. Okay. So one of the biggest problems at the moment right now is we need A, to push this bar harder, and B, we have food, but we are very good on our way to run out of it. It would also be beneficial to, well, produce some complex food, which we can do. We can make 5 of these. We need a worker for that. Haste goes to the harpies. It's basically the only thing we can do at the moment. So... the 10 down here for the moment, but we don't have a worker fight yet. This is still undergoing here. Okay, good. We have the beaver house down. Very important. Now the rainy season comes in. There it is. We are on threat level 3, so let's take all of this out. Our first thing. Now we have to see what we are going to do. At least let's check out what happens if we do this. We could shut it down to level 1, but we cannot really provide enough wood for the entire rain season. This is not going to happen. Yeah, that is our problem, right? Because of this map. Like, it increases the rain season every year in length. This is going to kill me. Yeah, I don't feel like any more confidence in actually finishing this map. But I wanted to try it at least. But yeah, chances are very low. So I'm going to put the beavers in there. Cannot really produce anything more here. Take her out. Put a beaver in so they can work on that. Put 2 more beavers in there. Here we have collectors. Someone in here to make that. It's gonna suck. I don't think we're gonna actually win this map at all. We cannot really do this. Question is this. Can I put 1 beaver in? Yes. What happens if I do sacrifice? It's not enough. Okay, it's not enough, but it's also not really pushing it. Even that wouldn't push it. Okay. Or take a beaver out here. Put a beaver in here. So now it's gonna really suck, because like the resolve is going to drop hardcore now. Like extremely hardcore resolve drop. I'm gonna give them something. Hopefully it's not gonna kill like a harpy, but chances are very low. As you can see now, this timer is running out, right? If this reaches up here, a harpy is going to die. And this is most likely gonna be the case. That's 1.5 minutes. If we do sacrifice something for 1.5 minutes, it's gonna eat 60 wood. That we can deal with. We also need to throw these guys out. And this is the only way to save a harpy. At least here. I will say that we put this both on 3. This on 19 and this on. The fact that I still get these bots is unbelievable. Okay, storm water is full. I can throw them out. Put a harpy in here, make one more. They are maximum. They are maximum. This is maximum. I should consider to build this. Get stone. Put this on maximum priority. Then put 2 workers in here. I mean, right now I'm going to survive this, but the problem is really that the storm is getting longer and longer, and I cannot actually survive that because, like, people will start to die. Like, literally. Completely annoying, but the truth it is, like, my people will die because of the storm. Deactivate this one. Keep going. All my wood reserves are, like, basically gone. So let's look at the trade routes. Okay, we have someone who is interested in crystallized stew. And I would say, like, we can spend that, make some money with it. We're gonna go here, restrict this again. Almost all the pickled goods are gone to beavers. Fantastic. Not really. We get some newcomers here. 4 harpies, 1 human, 3 beavers, 2 humans. Feel free to vote on that. I think the game itself is either it is your cup of beer, yeah, either it's your thing or it's not. I also feel like it's difficult, like when streaming this game is basically like, I feel like this would run better when you have more viewers. Like, if you had something like 25 plus viewers with a more active chat, then I feel like this game with Twitch integration has a lot more appeal than otherwise. We also get cornerstones. Try Noita. Noita is just like, I play a game and chat constantly tries to kill me and succeeds at 70% success rate. That is Noita. But Noita is also a game where people think it is a game about a witch with funny funny wand. But in reality, Noita is actually a puzzle game. As if the base game's death rate isn't at 70% already. Death rate of the base game is like at 90. Noita is fun, But it is like, you think like it's just a game where you go through levels and kill things, but in reality Noita is a puzzle game. That's the crazy part about Noita. Yeah, blame it on chat when the whole game is trying to kill you with everything, and then on top of that, chat is also trying to kill you. Always has been, yes. New type of grain, gain 3 mushrooms for every 10 grain produced, which we have nothing. Farmers have a plus 100% chance of producing double yields when under the effects of biscuits. We don't have any biscuits. Ancient halves resistant to corruption is increased to 400. And gain 2 packs of provision for every herbs produced. Real life as well. Out of these, I have to say, like, the leftover crops is probably the best pick. And then probably the obsidian runestone, and then probably the moldy grain seeds and biscuit diet, but hey, whatever, feel free to choose. Yeah, I personally have not much hope for this for this map. Like, because every year is going to kill me harder with the increased rainstorm. This map would not really pose a big challenge to people who are used to play like on prestige levels, because they need to play so efficient when they play on prestige levels that they are becoming really, really good at efficiently playing the game. But I do not count myself among those people. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay. We have taken in the newcomers. Took the cornerstone. So what we all need now is taking out people like these 2 guys. I need to put them back here. Then we also need this here. Where are we? Yeah, okay. Deactivate. Not do that. This is also okay. Put 2 hobbies in there. Gatherers. I also have like 2 gatherers here. Which is okay. But we need the beavers here. Okay, how do we look like in housing? We have all the housing for the beavers. We need 1 to 2 housing for the harpies. And it would be useful to build a human house as well. It becomes a problem. It's of space. Space! Okay. some fertile soil in this small glade, but are we really interested? Is the different question. And yeah, we need to do this. Just place this down, but let's wait. See what we are gonna get. Speak of what we wanna get or gonna get. Path. Okay, so yeah. So this is one of those events where fire is useful. And we're going to cleanse that. Luckily I have 6 fire, which is very good. So basically this is going to create in 13 minutes. Corruption is gonna get 50% quicker, and you would get an impatient point, and this would stack every 13 minutes if you did nothing against it. But we are going to cleanse it, but we get something in return. Every 2 minutes, a blight rot cyst spawns for each earned hostility level. Which sucks, but this is gonna happen twice to me. Which earned hostility level, which basically could mean that I get 8 of those. Potentially. This is shitty. You go in there. You go in there, and I need you. As much as I hate to do this, use this instead of wood and produce me stuff there. You made paste, which is good. Now I need you to make an additional batch of paste. Let's check this out here. Take all of this out. There we go. Yeah, I don't really have a worker working on anything. I'm going to take you out of this. So I have a worker. I also found this building, which is a forester hut, which is very useful to repair. Okay, what do we get? Okay, you have no suitable trees. That is understandable. So, Jeff is here again. So we are going to do a little bit more controlled cutting. These guys are still busy with everything. Let's see. Okay. Can I move you somehow? Somehow. can. Probably should put you down here. Wanted to put you down there. There we go. Okay. There's still all of this that we can cut down. So that is a resolved. Scouts idle. Why? Because I didn't press on the button, as per usual. It's always the same thing. It's like, oh, you could press on this button, but don't feel like you need to. It's like, cool. So we build a path. Okay. Also, we finished an order, which is good, which is gonna give us some ember, some tools, and some insects, which we gladly take, which also pushes this bar. Not that it really matters. Doesn't matter anymore. Everything is lost. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. No. Okay. Buildings. So, we get these buildings. And I can tell you from the get-go that the brick oven is the most desirable building in this batch, for the sole reason it can produce coal. It also can produce biscuits, which can be beneficial in the future, and incense is a luxury product that also can be used for solving certain quests. I would say the brick oven is the best choice here. The second best is certainly the workshop, because it does the basic materials on 2 stars, which is good. Very good, actually. And otherwise, I would say the supplier and then the cookhouse. Enjoy. Save yourself from Jeff. Jeff, the Jeffinator. Jeff's into your Twitch. Silently. Minute to go until Mr. Jeff is raiding. Yeah. See, the reason I'm not going to play Noita is because the game is so rage-worthy. It also takes a good amount of time to learn all the abilities of the wands to make good ones. At this point, I should probably start to push aesthetics. Which I can to some degree. Yes, enjoy Jeff Raid. For that I need 11 aesthetics. 11 aesthetics. It just sucks. go. Means this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10. God damn it. It was just one. 11. That should fulfill this one. These guys have still to do quite a lot of stuff. 2020, you're building on this, making more. You already have made all of this. And I will expect to get like 8 of those. So you go for 2 more. Yeah, taking care of that. I have 1 worker who is currently doing this. Push this next. That next. I shouldn't really complain about that. So yeah, I will keep pushing here. I know it's currently at break. Okay. Can throw everybody out from there. Because the rainwater is filled to the max. Welcome back. Not much really happened. I just pressed the button. I did run for a few seconds. These work on this. It's good, but they're still transporting goods over there. It's annoying. And they started. Okay. Good. Dangerous glade. Trade route completed. Good. Selling more of planks, which I could do. Let's see. Still need to sell values, goods for 30 amber. There are better deals out there for that. I would say we go for this and then 7, 10. Let's make this 10. The worker in there. Okay, so coal. We can now produce coal if we want to. $15 for 3 coal. Well, it's better than nothing. Coal is still more efficient than anything else. Let's push this to 21. Put 1 worker in. Yep. These guys have nothing to do. So when you pick up a building that is a harvester, you can pick it up and then if there is actually a resource they can harvest, it would show, but currently there's nothing. So what I'm going to do is basically deactivate them. Then I'm going to delete this building. I get all the stuff back that was used to build it. And in return, I'm going to build one of those forager camps instead. It's a little bit unfortunate that I cannot place it down there. But that's okay. Gonna push this up in priority, maybe a 3. Let's see, what do we want out of this? I think this is fine. Yeah. Let's push that. Let's check how many tools we have. We have 17 tools. Let's double check this. So 9 tools. No, the other way around. 0.5 divided by 9 is 005. 005. Let's check this. 005. This is slightly less. This is still the same thing. There we have a 4. No, this one is still getting gathered. Yeah. Right. I mean, half a point is not much, but yeah. Those are... what are these? 2 stars. Those are 1 stars. $40, $20. Keep going. Okay, let's double check. Let's disable this. Deactivate. There's no reason to do anything here. They have produced all we need at the moment. So deactivate this. This one is working on that. We could produce some more bricks if we wanted to. Probably should. $29, $31, $33. So let them work on that. You take 6 to make 3. You take 4 to make 3. So want this on 10. I can do that. This only costs 2 planks to repair. We should do that. There. I've already 3 there. Already 3 there. We can send 2 more into the mine. A mine? Let's leave 2 workers out for now. Yeah, there's a hydrosis. Was to be expected. Where's the hot? Okay, I didn't press on the button. Very good. Don't need to see the water, but this one I wanna see. Yep. Yep. Okay. We take this and actually move it over there. For the sole reason these are better nodes. So we're going to place that down there. Okay, so this trader has a few things, I guess. Let's look at perks, because perks are usually very useful. So this gives us a flat out reduction in hostility by 50 points, which is sadly not much. Move quicker. Fuel consumption in half is decreased, which is very useful. And this one, I will get this and this because this is very helpful to have. I don't really have much to trade, but I will trade an ancient tablet. This, and then something for 50. How about one fire? So the best part about all of this is like, it's a trading system and you will have to either match it or get a little bit over it. But the merchant themselves are like they have nothing on you. Like they go like, it's 0.02 amber difference. I will not do this trade. Which is so disgusting when you think about it. Like, no tolerance at all from traders. It's crazy. What if I give you one of these? Yeah, let's do this trade, you know? Like this. There we go. Okay. So, we are now to the 22 value of goods sold away. We also need to start using rainwater, which is fun. Okay. I have 2 workers out. That's okay. Go. Okay, what is your problem? Okay, you have mined out all the coal. Okay, then keep going and mine the salt. Okay, next season we have 2 trade routes available. These guys want stone, which we interestingly produce extremely a lot of. So let's see. Can we? Yeah, we can actually do that. We just don't have that many bags available, but we can do this. You are the one producing this. Let's see. Okay, this is fine. What's your problem? Ah, I see. 29. 1, 2, 3. So, yeah, still have something to do. We could also send some people here for production, but I currently need the workers doing their thing. Cannot spare the workers at the moment. How far are you? Okay, it's almost done. Good. How far are you? Okay. Trader is going, which is fine. Okay, we have high corruption. I know. Unavoidable. Do anything about that. Okay, so we have repaired this one. So we can move this one. And yeah, this is the best position for this specific thing. So what we are going to do, click on here, and now we can place down farm fields. The workers have to make those farm fields first. And yes, you are actually not forced to produce both goods that this specific farm is making. You could potentially just forego this and just produce resin instead. Which is probably a good idea in the beginning, because you have already 55 crystallized dews. So, but resin is something that we still need. Still workers out. I will take 2 beavers out of here. So we need some food. Put the beavers there. Why are you doing this to me? Okay, apparently they cannot gather from that. Oh, okay. Okay, fine. They cannot. Well, then I will place them down there. So, how is this going here? Question is, should I concentrate on doing this? There's actually enough. Should probably take them up here for now. Put them here. So they can start working on getting in there. There's a path there. They're not gonna cut into the glade, so it's fine. Where's the other worker? If you're ever looking for, like, let's say you have multiple wood cutters, then click on one and move around, and it will indicate where the others are. It's very useful and helpful. Okay, so gonna move those. It's okay, you can push them here. It's fine. It's not like they cannot go through buildings. They use like these tight passages here to move around. So it's gonna be fine. So I'm putting them down there because of this, so they are like working out like the rest of that. Make some space here. Okay. Yeah. And we get our last order. Last order is deliver 200 wood and 20 packages of provision to get this. Or fulfill the leisure for drinking and deliver 20 ale to get this. In all honesty, this one is easier. What's going on? Right. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be very tough to win this map. Really tough. Like, even if we manage to do these orders, it's not gonna be enough to push this bar. Sucks so hard. Yeah, enough of that, that's fine. I have 3 workers, let's push the priority to 5 for this. We do follow up on that, kind of do, and have to build another path here. Something happened. See, the other part is also like the harpies are currently really in a shady place. It's not great. Kill that. We have 8 here. So I'm going now to push to 10. They're working. He is also working, which is 8, which is 11. I mean, she. Sorry. They are doing their thing. This is also going well. This is going well. Okay, we have 6 workers out right now. He should be able to push those fields up. Come on. There we go. Okay. Going to put 2 beavers in there. They will work those fields. There's one thing that I criticized about this game since the beginning, and that is basically like, okay, cool, I can make farm fields, cool, I can decide which is going down there, but there's one problem. Which might be answered here? No, they are not answered here. So, see, the biggest problem is this. No matter what kind of plantation or farm you're putting down, the things that you put on those fields, there is no indication, like when, in which season are they planting this? Because that makes a difference. Because every single thing that you can plant is in a specific season that it is planted, and in a specific season it is reaped, gathered, whatever, and there is no indication that tells me in which season that happens. And it is aggravating, to be honest. So, let's see. We have new buildings. Here, of what I see, I would say the apothecary is probably our best pick, mostly because they can produce jerky, which we have no building of yet, and there is a order here that wants that to be done with. There's no guarantee that we can actually make enough jerky to fulfill it, but at least we would have a building to make it. I would say, like, our best bet is apothecary, and well, I would say the clothier is next, the press, and then the seller. But feel free to vote. Why did I think that I will manage to actually win this map? Like, with such a terrible modifier. If I had to make a bet, I would say, like, I'm going to lose at least 2 people in the next storm. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was more. This is a very slow map. This is so slow, this map. Okay. Suppress. Okay. Suppress. Dollars. All of that. How are you doing? You're still building that. Okay. 5 workers out. That's a lot of workers out, actually. How are you doing? So you're still gathering stones. Good. You should do. Well, since I have so many workers out, I can send a few to gather some rainwater. You just finish doing that. I think I can throw you out. Yep. You are still busy making those. So we would have some salt for that. But yeah, it's... We could make some incense. A sense of, like, getting this to 20. Using 2 coals and some salt. And... putting it priority higher. Yeah. How is this going? Ah, yeah. Okay. Where are you? That is the wrong button. There we go. So, can carry more tools, and yeah, okay. Take that. And apparently I'm missing 3 of those. That is those. Those are 2. Those are 2. 4. Put the priority higher for this. Still should be fine. Okay. So that leaves us with 1 more aesthetic. One more aesthetic, which basically means I can actually put it there, but there's a tree in the way. But here seems no tree to be in the way. Okay, if I assume this is 2, then this one is a 3. Okay, put an aesthetic there. Yes, it's gonna be a lamp. And put the priority to max. So hopefully they're gonna finish this before the storm hits. Hopefully. Okay, see, that's the problem. So I have now people in there and they are doing nothing because they are waiting for the season to plan things. Which I don't know where the season is for this to plan. Aha, smile. It's just, I just don't understand why they didn't put like any information on that somewhere. Doesn't make sense. Trade route completed. Oh. And I just got 15 aesthetics. Okay. Oh, well, this is probably the 16. Whatever. And we gonna take this, because now we can actually get berries out of gatherings. Good. You know, you look at this bar, right? And you see like, oh, we reduced the impatience quite a lot and drastically increased our reputation. Yeah, but the problem comes now in form of our wonderful storm and rain season, where it's going to kill my villagers off, which is not very helpful. And you have also to consider this, we are still 2 for 7 points away from winning the game. That is a lot. If I had like unlimited tools, I would open all these guys up here, but the thing is this, I am convinced. I'm convinced they increased the price for these to open them with the tools. I'm convinced they made them more expensive. I'm also pretty much convinced that we had an option like this on the Send to Citadel, so we weren't forced to use tools. I have to ask someone who plays this game a lot. They might know. But I'm pretty sure they changed that to this specific thing. Here, stone cutters. Okay. But do not worry, I have more for you. There you go. Okay, they do this, they do that. Still have a gathering node there. But I could use an additional worker there. I don't think I have to really hardcore push this. Mine. It's only salt left there. Working on this half here. Which is good. We can open up next time. Next time? Next season. Not next time. Sure. But let's put this on 12. Put the worker in there. Producing that. How is this going? So you're working on the last one. Is good. And I have 2 workers outside. That is okay. And here we go into a shit show. So, first things first, we have to throw out all the woodcutters. There's no way around that. Wonderfully, our storm is now taking 3 minutes into account, which is awful. I let those finish, and then I throw them out. So I'm gonna put an additional worker in there. Next, we need to give them this stuff. No matter what I think about it, I need to give them this. All of this. Next, we have to consider that I think we have this one thing. So there's the ranch, right, which we never build. Good job on that. There's also my market, which I should also consider to build. Market takes quite a lot of space, which is one of the problems. I could put it down there. So we're gonna put it down there. Suppress. So I have this. Quite a lot of that. Quite a lot of that. And we should actually build that. Yeah. Actually build this building. Also, this one might be necessary, so we can produce oil. Okay. It's the press, huh? Let's see. Need to be placed down here. Put down a road there. So, if you're wondering, so this is basically our building here that collects all the goods. So, because this also means there's a way to it. When you start to expand like stuff and you want to reduce the travel way to your storages, you actually have a small warehouse which you can put down to reduce the ways for people transporting stuff to your warehouse. I know, crazy. And there's the other thing. This is the only hearth, right? And I told you that every worker has official breaks where they take a break and eat something. They go here for that. So if they are working out here, they take all the way over there to actually go there, then take their break and then walk back. So the walking distance plays a role in how long these workers are not actually working. And because of that, you have also the ability to put down a small hearth, which is this here. It's basically the same size as a normal hearth, and it also has the same radius. This is also for expansion thinking. So the next thing that you also have to keep in mind is that these borders, the yellow ones, cannot overlap with an existing hearth. So if you ever want to build something, it needs not to cross borders. Just as you got taught in Ghostbusters, do not cross the streams, you do not cross the borders in this game. So when you start to expand your village, then it is at some point, not in all cases, but in some points, a good idea to consider placing down a new hearth so workers don't take so long for their breaks. In our case, it is actually not that necessary. Anyway, okay, we have taken out all the woodcutters, which is good. We've given everybody access to those things, which hopefully helps with their survival of this storm. We need to consider to sacrifice in the hearth. Let's test it out. So if we sacrifice one thing, it's not enough to lower the hostility by 1 level. We would need to sacrifice 2 things to get the level down. Which is very, very expensive. Considering that the storm goes for 3 minutes, that would mean this would be consuming 60 coal, which we don't have. And this one would eat 120 wood, which we currently have. But yeah. Now what we can do is basically pushing it. And pushing it means that we are not sacrificing anything. Sadly, these here, the sea marrow and the oil, are not going to reduce the hostility. They are just buffing things during the storms. And therefore, we cannot take it into consideration. So what we can do is basically, for the time being, disable firing the hearth with coal and instead using some sea marrow instead, which is okay. Now we had a building that did produce coal, which is this one. Okay. and they are at work, so this is fine. So now we have to do calculations and math, which sucks. It is clear that we cannot double sacrifice. You can sacrifice more than once. Just saying. As you can see, it is very mean because it is 4 points off to reduce the level from 3 to 2 with 1 sacrifice of coal. Just plain evil. Okay, so per minute, 40 wood and 20 coal. So we could do this for a minute. At least with coal, we could do this for a minute. Wood, we can do actually more than 1 minute. Problem is that this is not going to reduce the level. Doing 2 would reduce it to level 2. But it would consume 80 wood by minute. That would be 240 wood for 3 minutes, which we cannot do. 160 is also still not something we can do. So the best thing we actually can do is this. 20 coals and 40 wood for a minute. That means we have to endure 2 minutes of storm without the reduction of hostility. Like, there's no way around it. Like, we just don't have the stuff to do this. Meanwhile, we also can choose a new building. And, I will take the liberty to re-roll this. The reason I did re-roll this is basically that I hoped that I would get like some kind of farm building or something like that, but sadly that is not the case. We have the bathhouse, which fulfills treatment. Let's see. So treatment is something Harpies-like, but we also have no building to actually make tea. So we could still do the passive effects of the building, which is that low resolve will go 30% slower and global production rate is 25% faster. Didn't we also... We just obtained a building to make jerky, right? Wasn't it? The bakery? No. Didn't we... I think we did, right? Quick oven. Cooperative. We didn't? Okay. Okay, from all of these, I would say like the best bet is the smokehouse because of jerky. And I would say the second best is potentially the bathhouse for the passive buffs, even if we don't serve tea. And yeah, I would say the rain mill is also a good choice. So yeah, well, whatever, enjoy your vote. I really don't believe that I'm gonna win this web. Also, the map is not stopping. Ah! When did this start, by the way? How? Okay. Took the bathhouse. You know, I started this game 4 hours ago, and I don't believe it. Actually, I don't believe it. I know I took some time to explain how the game works, but that still would mean that we are playing this map since 4 hours, which I just don't believe. Like, are you kidding me? Bathhouse, because they fucking stink. You assume we use logic here. No, the thing is experience, Coffee. Like, when I play a map, at worst, it takes me 1.5 hours to finish a map. Like, I don't really believe that I'm playing this map since 4 hours. Like, no way. I refuse to believe that. Okay, so here's one of the problems. I need to put 2 workers in here, mostly because now we have, see these wonderful blue things? Those are blight rod cysts, and they can only be burned during rain, during the storm, and you need these fires here to actually do it. And as you can see, the resolve of those people are dropping hardcore. And the earliest I can actually do anything against it is when this reaches 1 minute. Which is awful. Like, literally awful. Okay, so here we see that the planting season is actually the storm season. Okay, so I'm going to put in some more people there. 2, 2, 2. Okay. What are you doing? Okay, you're producing that. Well. It's okay. Nothing is okay, actually. It's all garbage. Okay, I can throw these guys out. God damn it, Chef. Why? Why are you like this? Right. Where are we? 140. See, and here we have the result. Like, when resolve is low, people either leave or they die, and we just lost a harpy because they left. Okay, so here's the market. And we don't really have any of those things, but we can put 2 people in to get the passive. Okay, and we build this here. Which I will make the assumption that I mostly build it for this. Perfect sense. Because we want raincoats. And we most likely want 36 of those. Abu Dhabi. I will take a beaver from there so I can put another beaver in here. Again, we have to wait. Okay, now we can think about either to do a sacrifice. Like one of those is gonna be terrible because it literally is going to consume all of our coal, but it would push their resolve. So yes, let's see. Can I do it with this? Could, but I'm going to do it with coal. It's better that way. So you are doing that, but yeah, going to need a lot of coal afterwards. Okay, newcomers. We don't care about the newcomers during rain. So they have to wait. Right, this building is now also done. Can make some oil out of that. It's good. At least 20 oil must be made. This is also a beaver building. I will say we wait for this one to be done. Okay, good. Push that out. Put a beaver in here. So they can start making oil. They are finished with that. Push them out. Put one harpy there. 2 workers. Don't really need to push this, I guess. What about you? Okay, I'll give you a harpy here. So this is going to produce resin, which is good. Okay. I'll take her out. Actually, I can keep her in. Okay, so Jeff raids. What do we have in trade routes? Yeah, that is not bad. 10 bricks for 6, that is good. Take that. Okay. Jeff raid. Oh god, don't even want to know. The worst part is I cannot check how long I have been playing this map. That's also something. You don't know how long you have been playing this map. It shows only up in the history, which is like, okay, cool. Unless it is in this specific statistics. Well, that doesn't really tell me anything. Also have to restrict this again. SV, trade routes, trading post, orders. Our game. Play it, but don't know how long you have been playing. I'ma go sleep. Well, thank you for hanging out, Coffee. Sleep well. Restful sleep. Positive dreams. You're welcome. There's a 50-50 chance I might stream on Friday. Just as a heads up. Take care, and bye-bye. Also, I'll come back. Here are cornerstones. So, nothing actually great in here. So, this one gives insects when you cut down trees in the storm, which is not going to happen. Discovering a glade during a storm grants you tools is also nothing that will happen. Discovering a small glade increases working speed on scouts for 50% for 3 minutes. Yeah, is a thing, but it's not great. And then there's this, which we already had before. And I would say, like, out of this, there's probably, like, the alarm bells and Farsight, the only two good choices here. I could decline it to get 10 Ember, but usually you do not want to decline cornerstones. Moderator sleeping, chat goes wild. Yep. I will noise. Look, I still don't believe that I'm going to win this map, and also I feel like I have been playing this map for far too long. Well, I'm going to pick this then. Yeah, our newcomers, feel free to vote in that as well. We 1 harpy, 3 humans, 1 beaver, or 2 harpies, 2 humans, 1 beaver. Here's a little side info to those species. There's not only the fact that each species has like preferences in what services, food they want, and not only that they have specializations for certain buildings, each species also has a specific time frame when they take breaks. So when the game is not telling you, by the way, the game is not telling you, but if you look into the wiki, then you see what the break times are for these. And since you cannot really decide much which species is going to be in your camp, it makes it a little bit tricky. But if it goes well, you have like a good pair that is like basically like aligning well with breaks. There is like a small little strategy that you can do in the beginning, but you can also do it like in between if you want to. Personally, I wouldn't recommend it. So for some time I also did this. Basically when you start and you know how long it takes for each of the people to take a break, because they're also going to eat on the break. What you can do is go to here, decline all food and all of this in the beginning, and then wait until this here is basically like an indication of like I have eaten and I have not eaten, the green and red one. And what you're going to do is basically knowing not only the break time, but also the limit they have before they start to drop resolve. So you decline food, they go on a break but they don't eat food, and you wait until they reach like this limit where they would, if this happens again, I will lose resolve. Then you would go and activate food, because then the red one will go away and they will get into the green one because now they have food. This is a little bit of like food control that you can execute if you want to, but it is best only to be done in the very beginning of the game to save a little bit of food. But you can also do it during the game, but it is far more complicated during the game. So yeah, little tidbit like on the side that no one asked for. So I'm going to take those out, and we need beavers. I need beavers. And put humans in there, because this is a specialization field they have there. This would be a specialization for frogs. We don't have any frogs here. So I need more beavers. Give me more beavers. What are you actually making here? Oh, raincoats. Okay. Beavers. I have 2 beavers in the market, which is not necessary. Replace them with harpies. Okay, now I have my beavers. There we go. Okay, they take care of that. They take care of that, and you are basically producing this, which is fine, but we need to produce like a shit ton of coal now. Very important. How many workers do I have? 2. I will need those 2 workers just in a moment. I should consider to use tools. I can open 3 small caches, which would give me 1.5 points. Which is more than 1.25. Was there no actual cache in here? Okay. Surprising. So there's one here. This is 2. It's kind of shit. I might have to consider to open these glades, these small ones. It sucks because it will increase my hostility so much. I also need more packs of provisions, as I just saw. Need wood, I need packs of provisions. And these 2 are building these purging fires back up. How many? 20. Okay. 12, 15, 18. I guess I can spare 1 worker. I just need to rip out a worker somewhere as well. To speak of ripping out another worker, yes, I'll take you out. Not too much I can do. Okay. Still have to need to sell value goods, so, okay. Rain machines. Who is my... You are my... Okay, so to explain rain machines, basically, you have in most production buildings this tab, which installs a rain machine. You always start out with a few pipes, so you can do that at least with 1 building, if not 2. So what I'm going to do is connect the pipes. Boom. Okay, so now you have a new interface. This is the rain engine. It uses this water, which is this one up here, clearance water. So the thing is this, you can push to certain limits, as you can see here. This will start to fill up the blight rot meter here. And when you use 32 units of rainwater, a blight rot cyst will appear on this building. That is the crux of this rain punk system that they have here. It's great to have to increase productivity, but at the same time it also produces this blight rot. But since we need to use some form of rainwater for one of the quests. I did it on this specific building because this building is producing coal, and coal is very valuable. So what I'm going to do is basically, you see these steps, you can basically choose to which step you want to have this. You can also reduce it at any given point. So this increases the production speed by 50%, this increases the chance for extra production, and this increases the production speed by another 50%. This one makes so that you have better resolve and better resolve. So usually what I do is maximize this completely. And I will be honest, despite maximizing this completely, that's the strange part, I rarely actually get like light rod from all of this, even if I use it at full capacity. Don't ask me why, I just have never really experienced a big catastrophe of using it. But then again, I also don't play in a way that I put like rain engines into every production building and start using it. Usually I have it in 1 or 2 buildings and that's that. So now I have done this, we now can actually work on this part here of using rainwater. It is also not bad. Like, even if we receive a blight rot cyst, we have literally 10 purging fires here. So that is something to keep in mind. I let them actually finish this to get that to 10. Someone found it important to message me. Yeah, blah blah blah, let's keep going. And this is going to open up this dangerous glade. So, 2 things here. 1, a big pool. Great if you had a big fishing hut, which we don't. Also, this is also a large mining node, so to speak, but also we do not have the necessary trapper camp for that. And that is the point, like, because of this entire game being mostly RNG, you are never guaranteed to have all the gathering tools at your disposal, even if you have like wonderful gathering nodes that you could use. So that sucks. It also sucks mostly because most buildings you will ever get in your play, in your match here, is defined already here by these points where you have a chance to obtain a blueprint. Very rarely you will get a merchant here who is also selling you a blueprint. So it is when you play it without interference from a chat that decides otherwise, it is not a bad idea to invest into getting the bigger versions of gathering buildings. But you also need to be aware what is on this map. So it doesn't make sense to get like the big building for, let's say in this case, like for stones, when you already know from the previous informations before you started the match that it tells you there is basically no stone on this map. So then don't bother with it. Anyway. Okay, so we opened this, and this is our Glade event. So the Glade event is a large destroyed caravan. We could push for the Queen's Grace if we had 30 Ember, which we don't, and 15 packs of provisions, which we don't. So our only option is to loot it. So we can loot it, we get some nice loot out of it, but it will put a -8 resolve on global resolve. Well, I guess we have to live with it. There's like no way around it. We also found this building here, which is a cannery. We could salvage it for some pickled goods and some barrels of salt. Like, the barrels of salt is not like something that I say like, wow, great. The pickled goods, on the other hand, are not bad to have. We already have buildings that can make like biscuits and paste, as you can see. Granted, the paste making is not as good as this building. And the cannery is not as good as the brick oven in making biscuits. We don't have anything to make wine. But then again, we also don't really have anything that actually decides on wine. Yeah, so that is basically a useless thing in this building. So there is the potential that we could potentially salvage this. Another cache here. Great is that we have fertile soil, except we have nothing to build on it, which is a small little problem. Okay, so these guys are busy. I have chosen to do this and already press investigate. This time I didn't forget. I always enjoy to play. I always enjoy to put down roads to make this easier approachable. Because the problem with that is that when something like this happens, it is always in the way. Which sucks. So what I have to do is this. And let them work this path out. Okay. Best part is like usually you wanna do these events so you can get like Queen's Grace, but when you cannot do it, then you cannot do it. Which isn't helpful. Okay, you're working on that. You are working on those, which is very important. You are single-handedly working on this. So mines are also special in the sense that they have this upgrade system. So when a mine is depleted, you have the ability to refill the mine Actually, you're not really refilling the mine. You're basically digging deeper, just like dwarves, but hopefully not as unfortunate. And they give you like the ability to upgrade it, but you get like a choice out of 3 what you can like replenish in it. And when you click on those, it gives you like the choice what you want to invest into it, and then you can upgrade it, and you can do it twice. So the reason for that is basically like when you place down a mine, there is no guarantee how much veins are below the mine. For example, in this case, there were like only like 4 tiles of stuff. Sometimes you find like very big veins of ores and so on. So this just guarantees you that you can like just keep mining and get things out of there. But it is only useful to upgrade the mine the moment it tells you like everything is depleted, we have nothing more to mine. It's like that's the only instance when you want to upgrade that. And I have no workers anymore, nothing. Everybody's busy. Wonderful. Yeah, and Harpy's resolve is of course low now, because global resolve goes into -8. So I have no other choice than to give them access to some stuff. Despite that I don't want to, but what I'm going to do. What I also can do is basically favoring harpies, which would result in the fact that they would get +5 resolve. But the other species, as you can see, will suffer a hit for this. So my point is like, okay, so if I keep this going, the resolve drops to 0, then the chances are that the harpy is going to leave or die. I can favor them and it would avoid that, but it would put the humans at -1. That means like a human would leave, literally. So kind of sucks. Like the entire situation sucks, and the reason for all of this is basically this event that is going on. So yeah. I would say I do a little bit of risk play of letting this go. Okay, and now I stop because the resolve is at 1 for the harpies. And I have to risk this, and because I don't want to lose harpies, so I have to favor them. Instead, now humans' resolve is very low. I don't think I have anything that I can give to humans. Oh wait, maybe? No. No, I have nothing. So, yeah, sucks. So, the question is this. Yeah, can't do much about this. It's all garbage. It's all garbage. So, I already have made enough of those. I have to deactivate this. Don't need any more of this. Don't need to collect rainwater. This one is working on making those 20 bags. This one is working on making 20 oils. They are working making raincoats, which is good. We need actually very desperately these workers in here so they make more planks. Very desperately. As you can see, we struggle so hardcore because we need like all this coal and we need the wood. And it's just like awful. Everything is bad. Yeah. Everything is absolutely terrible. I see that this here is working, but I'm not sure if I see any resin coming in yet. No. They're still at harvesting them. Yeah, this sucks tremendously. Since this is going on for another 2.5 minutes. Okay, the humans are kind of safe for some reason, but the beavers are like, we're gonna lose a beaver. Ah, this sucks. Okay, anyway, in the meantime, we have done this, which is good. I think we really need to open these smaller glades. It's not fun. That is not fun. I don't think we have any other chance to do so. Down there. If we want to get into this glade, we need to do it from there. Yeah. So we have to cut in from there. Going to delete all of this. It's all so awful. Open everything up. This is not going to help at all. Just saying. Like, it's not helping at all. This is all going to make everything worse. Leave alone, we don't have enough houses, specialized houses, for everybody. What happens if I do this? Okay. Oh, there's a 60 seconds cooldown. Okay, so I stopped favoring harpies. The resolve will still going to drop, but it will save the beavers. I will be honest, I don't play a lot around with favoring at all. This is almost the first case that I ever used this function. In all honesty. are still working on that. Can't really do much more than this. Oh, that is rare. A patron of the spirit world. Once discovered, it flees to a nearby dangerous or forbidden glade. It is said that a special treasure awaits the one who captures it. So what is going to happen is the following. So this is here, and now it is going to flee, most likely in this glade, because it looks for the nearest dangerous or forbidden glade, and most likely it's going to go in there. This is a timed event. That means as soon as it is in the other glade, you are like literally supposed to open that glade as fast as possible. Which sucks. And it actually went somewhere else. Okay, so if it's not in here and it shouldn't be there, it most likely went into this glade or that glade, or potentially this glade. But it's all terrible. Okay, I hate when this happens. Okay, let's see. We found a trader. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes you find a trader in a glade. Okay, so here it is. So, strangely enough that it was standing here and running in this direction, it actually went up here. Like I said, this is a timed event, so you have now 3 minutes and 54 seconds to open that glade. Which is, by the way, ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but it's not like impossible. But considering the distance it takes to dig into this glade, makes it difficult. It also means opening another dangerous glade right when we are maybe one more season away from storm. So we found a trader. So this trader only shows up in glades. So this trader also sells you blueprints. For example, the druid's hut, or the fishing hut. Now the fishing hut is extremely interesting since we just found a pool. A strange talisman from an extremely rare gemstone blue amber grants 1 additional cornerstone reroll charge. It's pretty nice. Also requires sacrifices. Hostility is reduced by 15 every time 2 villagers die. That's pretty grim. No villager has died yet. But this can be very beneficial if you work on a map where a lot of villagers have this, that they might die. But I certainly want the fishing hut. That is a given. There's nothing around it. Yes, I know, I just traded some amber. I'm very hesitant to actually sell ancient tablets now, because there are sometimes glade events that actually need an ancient tablet or 2 or 3. Maybe 4? No, I don't think I ever seen a 4. So, yeah. It's very tempting to buy tools. This is so tempting. I wish stone was more worth. But I don't think I can do much more here. So there is a small pool. Pond, actually. By the way, if you're wondering, these ponds, by the way, are not in the base game. They came with the DLC with the frogs. They still work on this for a minute. And then they are still not free because they will deliver stuff back. Okay, I have all the provision packs. That gives me 1 worker, which is very good. Let's push this to 5. So that is getting built. What do we have here? Okay, so you have built oil. But I need you to build 30 oil. So you're wondering why I'm so specific with oil, maybe. And the reason for this is like when you play the game on a specific difficulty, and I'm playing on the highest. If you play on a certain difficulty, you will learn that these quests require certain items at certain quantities. And I, for example, know that in my difficulty there is most likely the chance that an event might want 30 oil. So I push for a certain limit, in this case 30. If I would play this same map or any other map on a lower difficulty, the requirements for the quests also lower the amounts of items it needs. So if I'm used to pay 30 oil for this quest and I would play like 1 difficulty lower, it probably would ask instead for 25 or maybe 20 oil instead. So yeah, so this guy is still gonna be busy. They are still producing raincoats, which is good. We definitely need those. You do things. So yes, the further the game goes, the more micromanagement you will be forced to do. Granted, I might do a little bit. I might overdo it a little bit with my micromanagement. I will not deny that. So we can turn this off, because they should concentrate on making as much coal as possible. They are about to open that. My question is probably, should I bother into this to cut as fast as possible into this glade? Potentially. Potentially. The thing is that the fastest way into this glade is this, because you just have to cut down three trees. But I have no guarantee that I can get a woodcutter close enough when this glade is opened. So I could do this instead. But the question is, which is the fastest way into this glade? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which is garbage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. I will place... Yeah, it's not worth to try that. Let's do this instead. And say avoid glades. Instead, let's just concentrate on cutting these trees down. Have one worker. Okay. Okay, we get into the last season before the storm. They are still working on this for 50 seconds, 52 seconds. The thing is, the stack is worth it. But yeah. Okay, so this glade is open. And even worse, there's a pool in between. Ugh. This is horrible. Okay, let's take you guys. Put you down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's only 4 trees. Only marked trees, and we don't... Okay, this is a fell tree. I need to unmark those trees so they don't go for that. I can speed this up if I also bring those guys here. And I make them still on that, and they have the ability to cut it open. Okay, let's give it a try. I expect nothing out of it. We have one single worker. It's gonna be fun. Let's give that single worker something to do, right? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, there's a thingy in between I didn't see. Oh, whatever. Okay. This is all risk play. Speak of risk play. Oh god. All I need is these guys to be done with this bullshit. Now a trader arrived. I have to redo the I favor you, harpies. You are so wonderful. Oh, everything is terrible. So the beavers didn't go all the way through because this event is now cleared, and this also gives us back to resolve. I will keep the favoring for a moment. The sole reason to actually push the harpies a little bit. Okay, so we open the glade, which is good. and there's the stack. So the stack actually gives you no, the stack is actually going to run away in 1.5 minutes. So you have the only chance now to gain your reward. So you can get a cursed treasure, or you can release it. So, well, we're going to do this. I don't know. I don't define any workers to go there. Yeah, so I took this. I got 25 amber and small ancient artifact, which is gonna give me +1 global resolve, which is nice. Okay, not so nice is this glade. Yep, that glade is not so nice. Okay, I would have the things. Wow. All woodcutters and gatherers get a -16 penalty to resolve. It doesn't matter what you choose, it's both terrible. But you have to choose something. That is the worst part. Sure, it's not like I expect to actually win. So here's the thing. The one thing that you can do to, well, avoid all of this bullshit is basically kick everybody out. Like this. And then everything that is in any form gathering anything, you just like literally kick them out. That is the only solution to this. It sucks because it basically means you don't get any resources in. I'm not sure if this counts as gathering, but let's kick him out again. Kick him out as well. English, motherfucker, do you speak it? Okay, they can stay in. This is fine. I would love to put some people in here, but I can't. So now I have 15 people. 15 people out that do nothing. Like literally nothing. Wonderful. Also, just to point it out, like I have 3 wood. One of the things that I would desperately right now need for the next 3 minutes is gathering wood at the speed of unbelievable. Yeah. Like I said, I don't believe one moment that I win this map, because look at this. I have 21 coal, I have 3 wood, I'm going into a storm season in 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and the storm season is most likely going to be at least 3.5 minutes. That is ridiculous. Like, you cannot literally... I cannot, like, sacrifice anything in the hearth to lower the hostility level. Look at it. When I have, like, all the woodcutters out, my hostility level is 5. In other words, it means not only it will give me global resolve problems, no, it will also drop my resolve 100% faster. Building materials yield 50% fewer goods. And there's a higher chance for everybody to consume twice as much food. Yes, nothing could go wrong. And look where we are. We still need 2, 4, 6. We still need our 7 points to win. From where? I ask you. From where? Sure, we get 0.75 points from this. But who cares? Because like these also only give 0.75 and they cost 15 tools. I would need 1 additional tool. Then I would have 1.5 points. If I solve the other one, it would be 2.25. That is not even nowhere near to the finish line. And I'm gonna get into a storm right now in 2.5, 2.50. It's all terrible. It doesn't matter what you tell me, it's all terrible. Sure. Let's go. I really can't do anything with this. Like, sure, I can look if he sells any tools. Does he? The answer is no. This would bolster the resolve of humans, but humans only. I can buy these things, but it just doesn't make any sense. So this person sells a tool, so I can take one. Now I just need to pay it off. 14. 14. 14. All of those are 14. Great. 18. Wow. Okay. This is fine. Cheffy Chef raid. Okay, Cheffy Chef raid. Yeah, there are no small caches to open there. Yeah. The only small cache I have to is this one. Sure, have fun. 9. Wait. Wait, so I did the small one. Where is the small one? There's the small one. But they have not brought the tools there yet. I actually don't really want to open the small one. So this one we can do. Then I need to open another one. Another one. I need to decide which one I'm going to open. Oh, God. What are you? Ah, fudge. Yeah, this one is okay. So yeah, I expect nothing. I expect nothing out of anything. Bathhouse, market. Field kitchen, bakery, ranch, which we also have never put down. It's not the best. I'll come back. Wow, why is the ranch so huge? Fuck? I expect that this thing is so huge. Okay. Well, all I did is sending like people out to these small caches to get 1.5 points. And I have some working on this, which gives me 0.75 points, aka 2.25 points maximum. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's lose. Because right now the resolve is good. Doesn't matter. I actually can move these. Out of the way. So I say this doesn't matter because literally like storm coming and that's all we need. The storm is gonna kill so many villagers. It's not even going to be funny at all. We have enough packs of provision, but we have no wood because we have no wood. Hooray! I have 10 workers. Like 10 workers. Think about this. Like I have 10 people who literally just stand around. Okay, apart from these guys. Like literally basically like only people there like that. Well, here we are. Smile. Two, but actually 4, which is half of this. And they gonna produce 20 eggs. And then they can produce... I don't know. 30 leather? By the way, you don't have to click for each thing up. You can literally just click in here and enter a number. And yeah. Wow, they have done so much yet. Oh, they are actually working on the entire thing. Good. So yes, good. I basically avoid the penalty to resolve by doing nothing. Which is good on some parts. But here comes the stormy season. Hooray. So who cares? Don't have any wood. Cannot produce any more coal. Also throw these guys out. I have no clearance water anymore. The one that I actually need for the other building. I have tons of packs of provision. Far too many. I also cannot send anybody to gather anything even during the storm. Because there's still this here going on. Which is wonderful. They are still producing like raincoats like there's no tomorrow. Which is fine. It's totally fine. Could also make some barrels at least. Not that they really get to the point of making any barrels. Because every time they think they are done with raincoats, then they will make more raincoats. Okay, so this is the bane of everything here, apart from the incoming storm. Wonderful. Let's see how our housing is faring. We have 10 harpy houses, which is good. We have 14 beaver houses, which is also good. But we have only one human house. We could probably put down a secondary human house. right there. Give it a priority of 5,000. And then we will just watch how our entire civilization will crumble into death and decay. So yes, sure, I can give them like access to that. Nothing wrong there. I can actually activate all of this because it doesn't matter. It's okay. Oh yeah, how long is the storm actually going? Ah, yeah, I see. Almost 3 minutes now. Wonderful. Do we still have like cysts? I don't know. Let's put these guys in there. We don't need this. Ah, wonderful. Ah, the red numbers. So beautiful. Goodbye, Harpy. Okay, so builder left. Builder left. The builder left. So yes, in the actual better case, villagers leave. You know, it's better them leaving than dying. Not that it has like any specific implications or anything. Oh my god, we managed to finish this thing. Okay, so here's the good thing. We finished this. This basically means that we can literally put everybody back into gathering, which is good. Mostly good. We also cannot like really plant anything useful here because the storm season is almost over. They will not have time to plant more than 1 or 2 fields. Which kind of sucks. So here we have this, okay? I'm just going to put like people everywhere to gather shit. No, we cannot recruit those guys because we don't have the food for it. Haha. Yeah. We built that, and this is full, this is full. Sure, we can put them back here, get the salts. This is used. Oh, we are missing like people for this, and I don't actually have any people for this. But do I? Maybe I do. There we go. They have apparently nothing to do, which is good. Don't misunderstand. This is good. They have nothing to do. It means that there is no blight rot anywhere at the moment. Well, we can spare 2 workers here. Anything else? Well, we can make some more bricks, I would say. Put this down to 10. Put a worker in here. And then we let the thing run its course as it keeps killing my people. A harpy ranger left. Oh, great. Huh? What? Okay. Yeah. And we are still like miles and miles away from a win, because let's see, usually it doesn't take all orders to actually win the map. Biggest problem is this here, like cannot produce jerky. We still have to sell goods. This is like insane at the moment, because like, how do you manage to get so much wood in? Smile. But yeah, I don't know how to actually win this map. Like, even if we open more dangerous glades, it is then only the question, like, can you solve the quests with sending it, like, doing a favor for the Citadel? And let's look at it. It's basically like still 4.5 points. You could potentially push this if you could like push harpies harder in their resolve, but the chances are extremely slim at this moment. Like, I have no idea how to push harpies into that. I don't know. I can try to get into this glade, which is another dangerous glade, which we need beavers for, which are all over the place. Beavers. Yeah, we don't actually need so many beavers there. Where are other workers? Harpies. 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 There are 2 on the market, but that makes sense. Someone in the brickyard, that makes also sense. Oh. Okay, let's take a worker out of there. So let's put those beavers in. This is gonna be our next question. If this is not a good pick, then we need already a next pick. And I guess the best next pick is this pick. Where's my other woodcutter camp? Here. Which basically needs to be here. But like this. Yeah. What's going on? Why is this map so endlessly long? I really kid you not, like my usual history is like literally like on average a little bit over an hour for a map. In the absolute worst case, it's 1.5 hours. I've, based on my chat, when first the game posted something in my chat, that was 4.5 to 5 hours from right now, and I just cannot believe that this map is going on since that. I just can't. It's just crazy. Let's see. Well, nothing of this is really actually useful. But I guess I would say the brewery is probably the best pick. Why did I think that this is a good idea? Why did I think like, yeah, let's play it with this restriction? Also, not to scare you, but like I said, like I'm basically your average against the storm player. I'm not like super efficient with it. I just want to point out that what we are experiencing here is basically almost near the level of a map when you try to solve a seal. So like I told you in the beginning, like the goal of the game is basically to reforge like 7 seals or something like that, 5 to 7. And you have to understand, playing a seal map is so much harder than a normal map. Like this map we are playing right now is so much harder than a normal map because of this modifier. But just imagine the following. From all you have seen, when you play a sealed map, then A, you will not get an indication what glade you are facing. So sure, you can tell the small glades are the basic glades, but you cannot differentiate between like dangerous and forbidden glades. So that is most likely the first thing you will encounter on a seal map. The next thing is gonna be even more funny. You have to open glades to find a hint where the actual seal chamber is. So the seal chamber is randomly put in some glade somewhere on the entire map. You don't know where, but you can open glades, and there are some glades that basically have like a way marker that says like go look in this direction, so go north So you basically get the hint of like, okay, you have to dig into the glade north of this. That doesn't guarantee that the next glade you are opening is gonna have the seal vault there. There's a good chance that you might have to open 2 to 3 glades before you actually find the vault where you can reforge the seal. And then it becomes really more funny than that, because then you get quests. You're not going there and get like one quest and then your seal is reforged. Oh, no. You can click on the vault, and then the vault is going to go with the following thing. So here I have 3 quests for you, and you need to fulfill one of those. And it's gonna give you a quest, which is usually like the other quests you encountered so far in the games, like uphold the resolve, or produce these things, deliver me these things, something like that. But you get like 3 choices and you can fulfill one of them. Now, you do that. Then it repeats the same thing, just with a more difficult quest of 3, where you have to fulfill one of 3. It does this 3 times. And while you're busy doing that, you also need to manage the resolve of your people. You also work against the impatience of the queen. So you're basically playing a normal map, but on top of that, you also get additional quests on top of that. And to top it all off, the bonus extra on top of all of that is that the negative things that happen during the storm are extra severe. So you have to hurry. You have to pick through probably 2 to 3 glades before you even can start reforging the seal. And when you're doing the reforging, that's not on top of everything. On top of that, when you are reforging the seal, you will get a negative effect that stacks. It is so difficult. It's like, sure, you play a normal map and you experience how difficult it can get. Now take this and multiply it at least by 2, if not 3 times. And then you have the difficulty of playing a seal map. And this is just seal number 1. I don't even know if the difficulty increases even more with the later on seals. Because I played the seal map, but I failed it. Of course I did, because it's so hard to do. And this led me to that point that I say, like, you are probably forced to farm normal maps so you can get like these resources, so you can level up your skill trees. Because the skill trees give you like passive stuff that improves your gameplay. And I feel like you need like a decent amount from this skill tree before you even have a decent chance of defeating a seal map. Which is just crazy. And I speak from this position as your average against the Storm player. Like, not the ones that play like prestige levels and go like, oh yeah, that wasn't like a big challenge at all. Like, that was like below prestige level for me. It's like, yeah. So that is my personal experience with it. But that doesn't have to reflect the experience of any other player of Against the Storm. of course. To give you numbers, if we add the time for what I played today, I'm over 170 hours into this game. And I haven't reforged one seal. And don't get me wrong, most people will not even take this long to reforge at least one, if not several seals, because they are playing much better than me. So don't let that actually frighten you. This is just my experience, and my experience is like subpar experience, so to speak. So if you're really good with strategy games, don't expect this time frame at all. But if you're like more towards my level, then yeah, expect that you probably have to invest quite some time before you can actually successfully go forward with the actual game goal. But I would say like the game itself is more meant as not that you feel like stressed out and like pressured into I have to finish this game, I have to finish this game. I see this game more as, you know, a game where it's basically like, I'm sorry for this comparison, but like I see it more in the sense of like, look, this is like Minecraft. Like you set yourself a goal and you do it. You're not like literally like pushing directly for the story goal. And I see it like that, where I say like, hey, I'm going to play a round of Against the Storm. And don't take this map as an example for how long it takes to finish a map. Like I said, my average time is usually a little bit over an hour. In the worst case, 1.5 hours for a map. This is an absolute exception that this map takes forever to finish, and most likely we will lose it anyway. So yeah, I really see it more as a game where I just sit down and say to myself, look, I don't want anything like too crazy, but just like relax, but I want a strategy game. I can play a map of this game. Easy. Like, it doesn't matter when this game is finished for myself. I just try my best and try to reach at least one of the goals at some point. But yeah. Ale. What does ale even take? So barrels we actually can produce, but these things, yeah, it's a problem. We can partially make that. Here we could at least make porridge. Porridge works with rainwater. Yeah. I'm not sure if I actually did a vote on that. So I'm going to pick this myself. We have newcomers. I don't think we need to vote on this. I will pick this. Okay, so cornerstones we have. Woodcutting is a lot easier. Woodcutter's camp production is 35% quicker. This would be gold. Gain 2 packs of provision for every 10 herbs produced. We basically already have this perk. All trade routes are 40% faster. Not bad. Each newcomer group has 2 additional villagers. Not really that necessary. So all in all, I would say like the wood cutting is the most precious here. And then I would probably say like Stormwalker, Leftover, Crowded. I honestly don't think I'm even going to finish this map today because like I'm streaming now since 9 hours 38 minutes. And I didn't eat anything yet today. Also, I should go soon to sleep because I have to get up tomorrow. So yeah. This is literally the worst experience of playing this game ever, apart from a seal map. A seal map tops this, but this is the second worst map I've ever played. Holy shit. This is really the second worst map. And yeah, I will decide and be reasonable and say I'm going to save and quit this. Because that doesn't make sense to push now. So yeah, that is basically Against the Storm. Haha, hee hee. Now, in general, it is actually a very good game. I have a lot of fun with it. I really like it, especially since I'm not a big fan of fighting and strategy games. For the biggest reason that, well, NPCs always cheat in strategy games. So, yeah. I would say this game would... Like, this game is ongoing. This has been released... let me lie. Or let me not lie. So this game was released in December 23. And since then the developer has been active with this game, kept patching it. They also released one DLC so far for this, which is the Keepers of the Stone, which is basically like the introduction of frogs as a species with some additional content to them. They are going to release a new DLC today. Today for me, maybe not for you, but on the 31st. Wait, they also going to release a new species along with some content. And as you can see, it's like this developer basically has not given up on this game, has extended it, and the DLCs are good. Like, it's not like, oh, it's a good DLC, it's a bad DLC. We cannot tell about now the second DLC that is releasing basically today. But I don't think they're gonna really disappoint with the new DLC. Have taken very good care of this. They are maintaining it since almost 2 years now. I would just say, like, you know, the one thing that I would see that would be interesting to have would be a co-op function. I know this sounds strange, but this is not the first time I talked about this. I feel like strategy games would be a lot of fun if you could play it in co-op. And I mean not in the sense of like, you know, usually when you think about co-op, it's basically like, oh, we have Team A and Team B, and like these two players each play a faction and their own stuff. No. What I basically mean is like you have two players that play one faction, you know, where basically like you manage one faction which you play, and then like one player is responsible for resource management, and the other player is responsible for war. While I say I don't like strategy games with like fighting mechanics, but like that's why I actually think that playing a single faction but have like 2 players or multiple players playing the same faction would be interesting, because like everybody's a little bit different, right? For example, I'm more better at managing stuff than actually managing like strategies to defeat the enemy with my troops. But others are more proficient in that area, and so you can like split up the work in the same faction to different players. And that would be a very interesting way of making a strategy game. I honestly have not yet seen one that is actually doing that. But it would be so cool to have a game like that. Of course, it would need to do everything else as a good job. You know, if you need the most basic idea about this, think about Warcraft, for example, where one player would be managing the base while the other player is like wreaking havoc with their troops on the enemy player. It's like, that would be a good example for that. Regardless, I will now click on this quit button and probably cry when I see my updated hours. Did I say 170 hours? I lied, because I am at 163 hours. Okay. I don't even know how long I played this game today. It must have been like 5 hours. I wish I could look into the history, but like, now that I say that, let me disable that. Let's go over here. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually, let me check this. Can I look in history on an actual ongoing game? No, I can't. No, I can't. Yeah, no, I can't. It's not possible. Yeah, no, it's not possible, because I'm literally saving in a match. To actually see the history, I need to go to the smoldering city, and that I cannot do when I play a match. Okay, too bad. The fuck? Can't believe it. Like, that's match for 5 hours? What? No, sir, I don't believe it, sir. How are you doing, chat? Why are you still... my brain is mush. My brain is mush. Yep. Okay. Oh. So, tomorrow's Thursday. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. 50-50 chance I might stream on Friday, on an off day actually, but the Friday is a national holiday here, so I actually have nothing there going on. So there's potentially the chance I might stream on a Friday. If I do so, I will tell it on Blue Sky / Discord. And then Saturday is my normal streaming day. So yeah. I actually wanted to play Nine Souls today, but honestly, I was tired. Like, I was tired and I didn't know exactly why. And it didn't go away. So that was because I was like, no, I'm not going to play Nine Souls. I also didn't expect that this match in Against the Storm is going to take like a heartfelt 10 hours. So yeah. So hopefully we can return to Nine Souls on Saturday, maybe on Friday, depending how I feel and how it goes. And but yeah, we will work on the existing games, at least in the official streaming days. I also catched up with editing my videos, so that's good. But that doesn't mean that they are all over at YouTube yet. That will still take a little bit. This is an annoying song. So yeah, that's basically that. And yeah. So for those who don't know, it is now 1:24 a.m. for me. I haven't eaten yet the entire day. And I should actually go to sleep like as soon as possible to actually get enough sleep for tomorrow. And then but I also need to get up at a certain time tomorrow. Fun! Yay! Responsible adultism, so to speak. Anyway, so that's gonna be that. Enough chit chat. In general, thank you so much for hanging out, being here, dropping in, dropping out, and yeah. Keep an eye out on the official channels to see whenever I'm streaming. And latest on Saturday, I will be back. So second. There we go. So I will take you with me on a small raid. If you want to, you don't have to. You can copy pasta this message, add any emotes of your likings. And yeah. If I find the raid channel button, which I hovered like twice over it, very good. So yeah. So chat, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. And if you go to sleep, at any point, of course, sleep well. restful sleep, positive dreams. Thank you so much for being here. Take care. Treat yourself. Be nice to yourself. And as always, be yourself. Let's start this raid. There we go. Take care. Until next time. Bye bye.